Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm late. I know I'm late. Why change the habit of a lifetime, right? Let me just sort out this lighting thing. There we go. Where's the cat? She's down here begging for some Denta bites, probably. Do you want some? Can we get you some? Want some of these? Hello, hello. No volume. You should have. Should be volume. Hello, brother. We need a cat count. The problem is she has too many beds. Basically. Since I've bought a new cat tower, we've now got a third place to sleep in one office. Plus, we like sleeping in another place. So, what is the name of the cat? The cat's name is Tinks, but also known as Trouble Beast. We are currently trying to get some more Sylvan Watcher banners. So, it's been a busy day, right? Tinks, yeah. I adopted her from the cat shelter and she was called Tinky. And I just felt like it was a bit too close to a Teletubby. So, I got rid of the Y. And we just left it like it is. So now it's like Trouble, Beast, Monster, Creature. Well, football's not that mental. I never put much stock in Belgium. Never trust the world rankings, right? I don't know what the current match is happening right now. Japan is beating Spain. Wait, what? But what? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Spain is still through. Because of their goal difference. So it doesn't matter if Japan win, but what? Why is Costa Rica drawing with Germany? What? What's going on? No, Spain aren't going. Spain only go out. Actually, Spain will never go out because they've got such a big goal difference. So even in the current form right now, Costa Rica has to score like 7 goals. Germany has to score like 5 goals. If Costa... Oh yeah. I didn't think of that. Ooh, that could be interesting. Japan are going to hold on, though. You've got Elva, Kyoku, Rotus, and a dupe Razin. Wow, that's a pretty good pull. Turn 20. All of this trash is for silver. We're going to talk about that in a minute, Karim. I have strong words. Did I get any Sylvan Watcher stuff here? Even like a 6-star crit damage amulet would be something I need. Got one banner. It's an accuracy banner with no speed. So, back-to-back clan versus clans, I'm really frustrated. For me, that is a step too far. Everyone has been talking about, like, the 20 sacreds. For me, the back-to-back, even just one back-to-back personal is a big problem. But 2 back-to-back personals after we've just had a personal, I mean, what are they smoking? All they're going to do is they're going to force the Krakens to just not play. Because we're talking about just, like, skipping at least one. I'm on the board just to skip both of them, just to teach them a lesson. Because it's just ridiculous. It's stupid. Yeah, I farm 20 when it's not clan versus clan because it's better silver. And I kind of need silver, so... I just don't know what they're smoking over there right now. I mean, I was quite lenient with them when it came to the 20 Sacreds. I was quite lenient when it came to the Black Friday pack craziness. But I'll be honest, like... double back-to-back personals. It's the most deflating I've felt in a very long time about Raid. Backed up by the new thing that they, this new artifact ascension, which I think is also very stupid. Yeah, I guess they're getting for the year-end numbers, but I'll be honest, like, they're just driving people, like, to a point where they don't want to play. Because they're tired, they're exhausted. And that's all they're doing. They're just driving people away. I wouldn't mind... So here's the thing with personal clan versus clan. I wouldn't mind they did back-to-back if I didn't lose my rank when I don't do it. So no matter what we decide this time, right? If we don't commit to all two, then no matter what happens, I'm going to get a double negative return, right? Because if we decide as a clan we're going to skip the next one, well, the one after that, then I'm not in tier 6, so I have to pay a penalty of 2 windows to get back to a tier 4. Where, to be honest, your placement in personal shouldn't be dependent on the previous placement. It should just be, if you want to win and you've put 400 points in, you get your rewards. Why does it have to be, like, tiered? That's just annoying. It's stupid. It doesn't make me push any harder. It doesn't make me grind any harder. It just gives me anxiety, stress, and not make me want to play the game mode. No way. I'm watching the BBC Live thing. Did they score? It's not the fastest BBC live text. Oh my god, they scored. I think if both Spain and Germany don't get out of the groups, that will be the biggest shock in a World Cup, I think, in years. In, like, long time. Lord Staff has fully maxed a new dungeon full auto with rares. I have already found a rare champion, it'll be quite good for it. Yeah, the thing about Argentina's loss, though, you can lose a one-off game, right? It's a one-off game. You can lose a group game, especially the first game. You can lose that. It's happened before. But for Germany and Spain, basically premier European World Cup teams, to both go out of a group that is basically Japan, Costa Rica, and we'll be honest, Costa Rica looked gone in the first game. They looked like they were not even going to put up a fight, is astonishing. Like, that is potentially insane. Yeah, like, considering people were basically saying Spain was a potential team, there was basically people saying, you know, maybe one tournament too soon, but I don't think anyone had Spain going out in the groups. I don't think anyone had Germany going out in the groups, especially Japan-Costa Rica group. But you got to put into consideration that a lot of the European teams play lots of, a lot of the European players are playing in teams that are in the European leagues. So they're playing Champions League football and their main league and their domestic trophies, where teams like Japan, teams like Costa Rica, a lot of their football isn't played in the same windows. So therefore, their federations can structure the sort of playing schedule for them way better. You know, I mean, Harry Kane has basically played a game every 3 games since September. Like, even late August. So it's not a surprise that he's a little bit leggy. I think what happened, Gene, like, the way I look at Germany, I think losing Werner has hurt a lot of Germany's potential because there's no outball. You know, you've got probably older strikers now in... What's his face? I forget his name. And Kai Havertz hasn't really stepped up to the plate. So I think Germany are just struggling not having like a pacey outward. It's basically all on Musiala, and he's struggling to actually like... He's one kid. He can't do it all. Oh, Havertz has just scored, is he? Oh, that might save Spain. Oh, God. But Germany needs to score 3, right? I need to score another one. There's me saying they don't have Kai Havertz. Muller's the guy I was thinking of, yeah. Yeah, Germany have to win, right? That's the only choice they've got. They have to win. Because if Germany, where's the group here? Germany have to win to be able to go through no matter what. But they have to hope Spain can somehow equalize Japan. And Spain will want to win to make sure they definitely go through. Kind of crazy. Yeah, Nick, but at least when they're going at the end of the tournament, like at the end of the season, they have a month between most domestic tournaments end and then the tournament starts. So a lot of players like Reece James, I think Ben Chilwell, I think a couple of others like Benzema, all of them were knocked out from contention because they took like a 3-week injury. So those kind of injuries you would have got over by the time the World Cup started, and I think that's the main concern that I'm seeing from a lot of the European teams, is those injuries that they would have been able to recover from towards the end of a season. Although they may have been exhausted, they wouldn't have been like little injuries that you pick up throughout the course of a season. I think that's the problem. Right, well, I don't think we've got much more Sylvan Watches stuff, but we've got some silver to work with tonight now. Like, a lot of the European leagues get winter breaks, but even the Premier League doesn't, and a lot of the top teams have Premier League players. A bit of both, Dreadnought. I was trying to farm some more Sylvan Watches and also farm some silver, as you can see. My luck has not been great. I did get a 5-star attack at least, but I'm only getting, you know, poor stuff. I have finally got an attack banner. There's no speed on it, but we have an attack banner. It Oh, do we rework it? I guess we do. Maybe it'll roll speed with attack. Well, it actually worked out quite well. Not bad, actually. It's actually quite good. Because I need speed for Elva. Okay, the attack would be nice. It's not the end of the world. It's not bad for a 5-star Chaos Ore. Accuracy into a triple speed. We take that. You want me to... I don't really want to roll it, but I guess we are. Oh, still an attack. Attack's great, though. Yeah, it is useless for her, Karen, but I need the speed. So, amongst all the options that I've got going on for me right now, that's going to be the best banner that she can probably have. So, you know, these aren't great. Yeah, but Daniel, what you haven't realized is the final boss is Force. Guess how many champions that do sleep are magic based? I think this triple clan versus clan back to back is a terrible thing. I'll be honest, I think this is an absolute joke. And you know it's a joke, and I'll tell you why you know it's a joke, because they stuck it in the news in the game, they didn't tell you in an announcement. That's why it's a joke. They knew exactly what they were doing, they know exactly how it's going to upset people, and I think it's just disgraceful. I don't think they should do it. This is upsetting and making me more offended than the 20 sacreds. Because the one area of competitiveness and collaboration that we do have in clan versus clan, they're just basically trying to monetize it even harder than they already do. Yeah, I'm trying to drink a bit more water lately. I've realized I haven't drunk a lot, so that's been a bit bad, so I'm trying to drink some more. Where are we at to then? Germany 2-2. Japan still winning. Crazy. Yeah, I mean we're voting on it right now, and I'm all in for completely skipping the next two windows. You know, I think I would be less offended if so I think I'd be less offended if you didn't lose your rank, right? So if the rank wasn't determined based on your last placement, I think it's okay. I can just skip it if I want to, right? I'm not going to complain. But the fact that you basically pay a penalty for skipping, you have this kind of like FOMO attachment to it, that I know now, if I decide to skip the next one, well, the next one I'm not even at tier 6 anyway, so I have to basically waste a bunch of points to be able to get myself back into a tier 6, because I can't get those rewards anyway, even if we win, because I can only go up to the tier that I'm in to be able to get myself placed in the next tier. It's just... it's based on how many points you do. So basically, QWERTY, if you want to get to tier 6 in Clan vs Clan Personal, you have to put up at least 400,000 points every single personal, because if you miss one, the next one you'll be in a lower rank. I think it's just dumb. The Danda Bear, thank you for re-subbing, I think, as a member. Welcome to the Minion Club. Welcome back, I should say. So yeah, I'm totally not doing it. Basically, I'm not. I'll go with what the clan says. I'll get the tier 6 for the clan rewards, but I'm very much invested in not doing any of the personals for the next two, as a almost like that's me taking a stand. That's the line I won't cross. 3 back-to-back personals is disgusting. It's bad enough too, but 3 back-to-back, and also like just casually dropping it in the news as if, you know, nobody will notice this. Come on. Give me a break. We got this new stuff. What do you guys think of the new Artifact Ascension? What's your thinking, guys? What do you think? You like the new stuff? You think it's cool? More RNG on RNG. Okay. Jury is out. Should be keys, not with energy. Okay. I'll be honest. I think the update is the wrong way to go. I would have preferred Ascension to add a bonus effect to artifact sets rather than add bonus stats, right? So if I'm looking at this piece here, it's in lethal. I'd have preferred that a 6-star fully ascended piece maybe gives me a bonus to the set. Giving me bonus stat here is a bit over the top. Especially when you look at the cost, and then the boss itself is a bit of a joke as well because of what they've decided to do with it. You can basically get a crit damage glove so here's the thing. If you get a mythical piece and you manage to quad roll a mythical crit rate substat with crit damage, and then you ascend it, and then you manage to get a crit rate ascension, we're talking a lot of ifs here, but if you do, you have the potential to get somewhere between 50 to 60% crit rate on one piece. One piece. Like, we're already dealing with the fact that, you know, stats have grown to an insane level. This isn't even a +4 Baron. If this is a +4 Baron, I'd have another like 400 attack here. I'd be at 7.5k. I'd be at 313% crit damage. Like, I think it's just too far. But they're clever. I'll tell you why they did it. I'll tell you why they did it. What have we all stopped doing? We've stopped farming dungeons. Why? Because trying to get better gear is almost impossible. Because our existing gear is good enough. So how do you make people farm more dungeons? Well, make it so that now their really good gear will ascend badly. So now they've got to go farm really good gear again because they need another roll on the ascended gear because someone else in the higher end arena has managed to get good RNG. And that piece that you thought was top tier and really good is no longer cutting it. So you've got to go farm it again. It's just another way of scaling the cost. And I think I'm not against them having ascension for artifacts. I just would have preferred it to be a little bit less bloat the stats. Because that's all they're doing is they're doing stat bloat. I'm getting more crit rate. I'm getting more attack. I'm getting more speed. I'm getting more accuracy. It's just stat bloat. So, you know, we'll see what happens. You said Havertz was just now second goal. Well, Havertz is a clutch player, though. If he turns up, he turns up. Right, so if Germany has scored again, what does that do? So if Germany has scored now, what does that do to the group? That puts Spain and Germany through, right? Or is it Spain and Japan through? Or is it Germany and Japan? Or does it not matter? It saves Spain, but it doesn't matter, right? It does nothing. Because they need to have scored by a lot more. I mean, if I'm Spain, I'm chilling right now and hope Germany hold on. What a crazy situation. So it's going to come down to goal difference then. I guess unless Spain score, and if Spain score, then it goes back down to a different thing again because obviously Germany would jump up. You can't get extra speed on speed boots. To be honest, Bill Hall, speed isn't the concern. Damage is the concern. I think Chigor might be good. The only thing, Nick, is he goes immune, doesn't he? So I thought Chigor would be really good, but he's going to go immune, the boss. No, you can't get speed on boots. Where was the picture that I created earlier? I created an image earlier. Here we go. Oh, I'm dying there. Oh, wait, you can get speed on boots. Oh, my God. Okay. But you can only get speed on boots, though. So that's something, at least. But as I said, speed is not important here. What's important is the fact that you can get crit rate rolls. You can get more attack. Get more accuracy if you need. But you can also flat roll attack, which is not great, right? So again, it's another layer of RNG you're going to have to deal with. The boss is cool. I like the idea of using like a sleep debuff. The only problem is sleep is trash. Let me show you why. So, how many champions in this game do a sleep that we can reliably use? You're going to want to have sleep pretty much up all the time, because if not, then you will have that problem with his massive nuke. So these are all the champions that can basically do sleep in some form or another. But we do have some conditions. So Tyrell, he needs to have decreased attack to do sleep, so that's not going to work because you can't do a debuff before he sleeps. Allure needs decreased defense, so that's not going to work. Cornelia is probably a good shout, but it's a 3-turn cooldown, is it? 3-turn cooldown, so it's not up all the time. It's a pretty good option though. Gaius can do it, 3-turn cooldown. Harvest Jack, I think, is conditional. So he'll be okay because he won't be able to place the True Fear. So you can use a Harvest Jack, but again, it's a 4-turn cooldown. We got the common Spirit guy who basically places asleep if he crits. Pretty reliable. We got Muckstalker. Muckstalker's going to be quite good, I think, because the boss doesn't buff. So as long as we don't have that issue where his counter is counted as a buff, it should be okay. You know, as long as you don't have the Wrath Uko head bug. All of a sudden, Noct the Paralyzer doesn't look as crap as he did when he first came out, right? All of a sudden, he doesn't look as, oh, well, sleep is kind of useless. Turns out sleep is very good. Noct is probably going to be the one champion you want for it, I guess. Because he has a chance to place sleep and 2 poisons. It's probably going to go sleep, then poisons, so you can place the poisons with it. He'll place 2 additional poisons whenever a sleep debuff placed by the skill is removed or disappears after enemy takes damage. That's not going to happen. But at least he can place sleep. Kaimar can do it. We got Retainer. What does Retainer do? Decreases the target's turn by 50%. That's not good. So that only does it if you deplete the turn meter. Don't want to do that. Roxanne. Roxanne can do it, but it's got to be like without Veil. And then she places Veil, so it's really unreliable. We have Siphi. Of course we have Siphi. Siphi's going to be the MVP again. I think Chigor's problem is going to be, it is going to work, but it isn't going to work because the boss is going to have that 1-turn immunity. But I think Chigor will be quite good. Zelatar has a 50% chance, so it's not guaranteed. All of these ones that are not guaranteed. Maeve might be quite good. Like if we look at Maeve here, one of the barbarians, librarians, where is she? She's got a big nuke. Chance to stun. Places a stun debuff the target's under sleep. Obviously, it's not going to happen. Has a 70% chance to sleep and then gets an extra turn on an A1. So Maeve will be a good option. Why? Because the boss at stage, like the top stage, is Force. All of these champions that we've been talking about are all magic based. So it's not going to work. So if we basically take out the negative affinity for the top stage, which is magic, we're left with these. Now, Fortis can't place Fear because he's placing it on himself. So let's just change the target in here to be... So now we're starting to get down here, and to be honest, we kind of need something reliable. So anything less than 50% is out, and we don't want multi-hitters. So now we kind of go, okay, well, we need to get rid of multi-hitters, because every time you multi-hit, you're just going to wake him up anyway. So if we get rid of the attacks, wherever that is in here. I need skills, battle effects, attacks. Let's just have this in here. Really, we only want one. So that takes out more people. No, the artifact set will be separate. So now, basically, this is the list of champions that can do this. So you got Harvest Jack, but realistically, we want something that's on a low turn cooldown. So I'm going to say the chance needs to be at least 50% when booked. So we're going to go with these. If it's not 50% when booked, we're going to get rid of it. And then realistically, we want low cooldown. So Chigor is a good option. Jamasa could be good. Hellhound is a good one. Maeve. Siphi is going to be the MVP. Siphi is going to be the best. You got Thanassel, but he's got a really low chance. It's like 50%. It's on the lower scale. Marquess on an A3. But then you start seeing durations, right? 3, 4 turns, 5 turns. None of these are really that great. So we're talking probably, I would say the best alternative to Siphi is going to be Jamasa or Maeve. Or Thanassel. But at least with Maeve, you get an extra turn, right? So you can basically disable all the other abilities with Maeve and just make her an A1 bot. But if we look at the opportunities here, Hellhound is the one that's going to do it perfectly, but he's common. I mean, we're probably going to be booking potentially Hellhound to do it, just because he's common. We'll keep him alive. He won't have a banner or anything, but yeah, you can use Fearsome Presence to improve it, I guess. So we can get 80% on Chigor. What is frustrating is, like, it's almost been designed of, well, everyone's got Siphi, right? The whole thing has been built to, well, just put Siphi in. It's easy. Or even, you can tell, because even the testing that they've got in the video, it's Siphi that's doing the sleep. They've got Kaimar in there, but that's on the stages when it's not the end stage. You're not going to want to farm any stage other than the last stage. And that's forced, so Kaimar's not going to be very good, because he's weak affinity. But they've literally coded that. Like, they could have used stun, provoke, heal reduction even, if they wanted to do that kind of effect. They could have used any of the debuffs where it's more prevalent. Sleep is the least popular debuff in the game, because it's useless. And they picked sleep, and there's no champions. This is exactly what they did with Hydra. They made it so that you had to use Perfect Veil, and it was like, either you use Shamael or Duchess, or it didn't work. Because there was no other options. There was literally like 3 Perfect Veil champions in the game. So, I don't know. I'm annoyed with that. But anyway, such is life. Let's do some fun stuff instead. Instead of all that nonsense. Oh, Germany scored another goal. Who scored the 4th goal? What is going on? I feel like this is the worst day to stream because all the football things all big and kicking off. Japan have won, have they? Is it over? It'll be chance per skill genes like all other artifacts, I'm pretty sure. Japan won, Germany's out, Spain are through. Spain would be quite happy with that. I wonder what the matchup is for it. Who do they get now? So it's Group E. So Spain basically get Morocco. I don't think they're complaining about that. Japan get Croatia. I feel like if I'm Spain, I much rather have a group, like a knockout stage where I've got to potentially face England or France than Argentina, Brazil, and the Netherlands. So actually, if I'm Spain, I'm not too upset about that. I think I dodged a bullet if I'm them. No, we're not done with the Alva Clan Boss team. We're only going to get started now. The football has distracted me and the news has distracted me today. I tell you, I did have a feeling we were going to get another big content drop this year. So I'm not surprised we've got Ascension. I'm just... I want more information. Maybe I'm being a bit negative on it because I'm a bit offended by the clan versus clan thing. That's probably upset me a little bit more. And that's kind of like bias in my mind to the new thing. But what I will commend them on is creating a unique way to beat a boss that uses debuffs that normally is just blocked. Whether or not we're actually going to be able to kill it, we don't know, because obviously we can't just abuse it with Geo, which is a good thing. But have they just eliminated all of the damage potential? We'll have to see. It does look like the boss has some sort of poison damage mitigation factor going on. It doesn't look like he's doing 10%, like 5% poisons. It looks like he's doing about 20% of the actual full poison. So I'd imagine poisons are going to be the way to go. I don't think Geo's going to work because obviously it's going to wipe the burns, right? So it's not going to stay on. The burn goes off before the action happens, like poisons. So yeah, I think that I commend the boss design. My one complaint is they picked the worst debuff because I think it's going to be hard for people to find teams if you don't have Siphi. I don't like how indexed it is into Siphi. But I'm like, if we were betting, man, I'm almost certain that the fusion that we're going to get for Christmas might contain a sleep effect, like we had with Totora's Veil. Hydra was awful when it came out, and then we got Totora, and we're like, okay, that's a bit better. Because now we've actually got a champion that isn't just Duchess, that is not Shamael. Because it was to the point where the first rotation of Hydra, if you didn't have Shamael or Duchess, it was so hard to do because we didn't have champions like Necmo. We didn't have champions that... We didn't have like the provoke opportunities. We had to deal with the cleansing all the time. We didn't have all these different things. And it was very difficult for players to build teams. It's much easier now because they lowered the stats. They lowered the difficulties. They added more champions. There's many more Veiled champions now. And I think that's the case with Sleep. That's my only concern. They've picked the debuff that is the least prevalent debuff in the game. And then they've put it on an affinity, which is taking out most of the champions that you would use for Sleep out of the equation. So... But yeah, I think the Christmas fusion will target the new dungeon. I like it. I think it's cool, right? I think it's... Like, I like that they're continuously trying to find new content. That's good for me. Sometimes I wish the content might be more thought through. Like, we haven't heard any news about the secret rooms. You know, I'm on 52 here. I know for a fact right now people are probably completing the secret rooms. So, what's happening there? Hopefully they got an update with that in the next update because they need to. When do I think the update will go live? I think the update will go live Thursday. Maybe Wednesday next, not Wednesday next week, the week after. It's definitely going to go live by the 14th or 15th. The fusion will be on the 14th or 15th, so we're definitely going to get an update there. It's whether or not they decide to put the dungeon in ahead of the fusion, which they have done in the past. I think at the most we're going to be waiting 2 weeks before this is in. Because they haven't done like a big what's next or next series. It's basically a preview video and it all looks complete. So I think this is coming pretty much in the next 2 weeks. And one thing I would love to point out, guys. So I started today reworking some of the artifact ratings to try and deal with some of these outlying issues in regards to, you know, generally speaking, we punish attack percentage gloves unless you've got attack percentage with accuracy. Generally speaking, we punish attack amulets unless you need attack with the bombs, right? So I started work today on updating these artifact ratings, and literally an hour into me trying to theory craft different equations to make this work better, they come and drop this announcement on me to go, oh, by the way, we're changing the way we're doing artifacts completely. So now I was like, I'll just put that to one side for a couple of weeks and we'll come back to it when I've got the new update, because we're going to have to redo the artifact ratings completely. Because we've got all these bonus stats now, so now I need to have a completely different element of the equation to work out how to rate a piece. And we also need to change the view. I'm trying to think, where am I going to fit this like bonus stat on here? Obviously, I can make the star colorings fine. The ascension level is perfect, but we need to put the stat on here somewhere. So I'm going to have to think of a new design for the artifact page completely. Good news is the optimization flow shouldn't matter, right? Because we just add the stats into your flow. But even then, when we're looking at like optimizing the champion, like obviously we were changing the priorities of the premium stats. Do we need to have anything for the secondary stats? Is there any sort of searching that people are going to want to do in terms of secondary stats? There's a lot of front-end design to be done, I think. Oh, I'm not showing you guys. Am I? Sorry, guys. Here we go. Try that. So yeah, let me rephrase what I was saying. So obviously I can change the star rating here for the ascension levels. Yeah, no, professional streamer, right? Thanks for reminding me. But it's a question of where do I stick on this artifact view, the extra stat you get in. It was already pretty bad when we added mythical pieces, I'll be honest. When I added mythical rarity, you can see I struggled a bit to make it all fit. You can see the font size is slightly different to try and make it fit everywhere because it was just condensing it awkwardly. So I have to think something. Yeah, I could do another row, but if I put another row, then you have a big white gap between this image here, and it looks pretty naff. So I might have to completely rethink the way I design it. And it's a question of like, what kind of utility do people want? Do people want to be able to filter by that secondary stat? When we're optimizing a champion, do we want to have the ability for people to say, don't include it if it's got secondary stats? I don't know. We need to see the data. We also need to see how much of that stat is going to be gaining. So the ratings need to improve. The view needs to improve. It's a lot of work. It's quite expensive from what we were doing some basic math in terms of how much energy you would need and how many potions you need. It's not going to be cheap to do it, but I think it wouldn't shock me within a month that many of the Krakens already have fully ascended artifacts, because there's no key limit. Remember, it's like potion keeps. You can run it as many times as you want. Your only capacity is how much money you want to spend on energy. So I'd imagine we'll get like a little freebie gift to start with. You know, a few potions to start with before we get into it. So I think we'll get some little freebie gifts. But yeah, we'll have to see. So we've got a name that I've come up with and I'm happy with. We're going to call them the Myth Watchers. That's what this team is now called. This new team that we've built last night that we were theory crafting, it is called the Myth Watchers. That's what I'm going with. I think someone had something similar of an idea last night, like Sylvan Watchers or Myth Watchers. Sylmithian Watchers. That's a bit of a mouthful, that. I've got a capital L there. What am I doing? Sylvan Myths. Yeah, I think that was the suggestion, was Sylvan Myths. But I like Myth Watchers. I feel like it's a bit more it rolls a bit better, like the Myth Watchers. It's pretty cool. So Short on Skills did tell me like 5 minutes ago, after completely ignoring my DMs, I'm only joking, that he doesn't think it's going to work in Relentless, but I'm going to run it in Relentless. Whilst we're here, I haven't done this today yet. Before we start, I realised I haven't done my daily faction war keeps, so we need to get some of that. So we're going to have to fight some 3v3. Alright. I think I fought this guy before, and it was awful the first time I fought him. I don't want to fight him again. I probably win that. Probably don't win that. I wasn't fast enough. Rip. I'm not too worried about that, to be honest. Ah, really? How annoying is that? Do you know what? You just die. I just want to see if I can get some glyphs. When do you think the gear patch will come in the next year, first quarter? Artists, I think it will be here in 2 weeks. 2 weeks or less. It'll either go live next week or it'll go live with the Fusion on the 14th. Ugh. Stop hitting me. That's not me knowing it will. I'm just guessing based on the way that they do things. I think that's what they will do. They always like going out at the end of the year with a bang. If you think last year we had the dupe system followed up straight away with the Hydra system, or the other way around. They love doing it like that every year. So I think they're going to do the same thing. We did add an update notification to the client. We bugged it a little bit, but it should be fine now. But yeah, when there's an update for the optimizer now, it will notify you, say, do you want to launch the installer? Or do you want to go download it if you're on Mac? So the way I described that cool in Discord was bring your kid to work day and he got hold of Photoshop. But it looks like Olaf, right? Oh, am I going to live? Oof. Oof. We could, Mr. Raiden, but then the way I look at life, everyone who's tried to solve world poverty has made themselves bankrupt and it hasn't made a dent in the world's problems because whilst there's greedy people in the world, there's not much you can really do. I know it's a bit of a an incorrect attitude to hold, but it's kind of the truth. It's the reality of life. I mean, I remember back when we had Live Aid and we did Live Aid again, and I still look at Africa and I think, did we actually make any difference? There's still like poverty in Somalia and all those places, civil war. It's like it's all a bit of a war zone. You'd like to think that some people made a difference, but at the same time, you wonder if anyone did. Elon Musk wants to start sticking microchips in humans' brains now. That's terrifying enough. I think the man should just stick with sending things up into space. I don't really want him installing anything in my brain. Starting an application to get notified, you have to close it and run the installer to run the app again. It's just wrong. Well, it's one of those things. We probably just didn't think about it. We had at one point we had an auto updater, but we were having lots of problems with AV and antiviruses, so we had to turn it off. And we left a message up on the thing in red text to kind of say, you know, there's an update available. But you wouldn't believe how many times people would basically say to us, oh, why is my thing not working? And we're like, it's because you need to update it. What sets do you think will be good for me for the new dungeon? Probably Relentless, I guess. It's difficult because you basically, there is a criteria to what you want to get. You basically want champions which hit really hard on one ability that don't do max HP. It's a very niche, like, requirement set that they've put for this boss. Because enemy max HP looks really terrifying to have, so you don't want that. It looks like you don't want to have multi-hitters because otherwise the boss is going to be doing that massive AoE nuke, because every time you attack him, he's going to proc his turn meter, then get rid of the cleanse. But you also need damage from somewhere. So it's going to be, you know, we're going to be looking for champions that hit once, but hit really, really hard. Yeah, people like Royal Huntsman, Basilius Ruanus, potentially. You know, there's people that can ignore lots of defense. I think poisons will be the way to go. Where's the cat? She's in another room somewhere. I don't trust Murder Inc., to be honest. And I don't even know. Does Murder Inc. even play Raid anymore? Or does he just pop up from time to time? No, well, we didn't get rid of... Well, this is going to be a rip, guys, because look what I've got to fight. If you do enemy max HP, it destroys your HP for the same equivalent enemy max HP damage you do. So when it did a Cold Heart, it looked like it completely annihilated Cold Heart skin. HP. To some extent, I was thinking, oh, we finally got a place for Miracle Heal. And then you look at it and you're kind of like, actually, probably not, because you can just heal when he's asleep. So I don't think you need Miracle Heal. But I think Miracle Heal will help. I'm not quite sure what you mean, because whenever we look at the tune, she's always going to be okay, even if she takes extra turns, because they're 3-turn cooldown, right? It should be fine. Or have I missed something short? Explain. Oh, stupid Ultimate Death Knight. Someone's about to get block revived. Oh no, we're okay. Just need to kill Ultimate Death Knight now. There we go. I just... A1, there we go. We're getting it. It's getting done. Well, if we look at the tune here, right? So she's got increased speed up here for A1 for 1 turn. If she takes an extra turn, she's going to extend it anyway. And it extends it short before it expires, right? So she extends the buff while she's on it. So if this starts with 2, she ends up with 3, not 2. And then it goes back down to 2. Wait, it's on my screen right now. Oh, I know why. Sure, increase the aura by 0.45. I've got Demith's aura at 20.45. If it's at 20, it fails. Sorry, I should have told you that. I only realized it when I turned in. 0.45. I'm really on the base of the speed. I probably need a bit more Like, if I probably at 20%, I think she just needs to be a little bit faster. I think everyone just needs to be a little bit faster if it's on the base. There you go. Everyone just needs to be 1 speed faster if it's on the base. So have a look at this one. Yeah, it's because it's 20.45, but when we save it and restore it, it's loading back as 20%. Who else do we want to fight here? Where is he? I just want to do that. Hey, it's the Bope. Welcome along, welcome. We're just going to do this because I just want to make sure... I just want to do my faction wars. So that we can... Oh, damn it. The only one win condition we can't have. If we lose Stone Skin, of all things. Oh, we are getting extra turns, though. That's lucky. Big crisp damage. Come on, Crisky boy. Big damage. That's not big damage. Ah. Oh, well. Stone Skin giveth, Stone Skin taketh away. That's alright. We haven't really started too much just yet. We got distracted with the football, then I got distracted with, as Cool basically said, I was being overtly negative. Maybe I'm just a bit moody today. Oh boy. You know when people said Bolster wouldn't change the meta? Bolster appears to be changing the meta right now. All of these teams. I don't actually want to take a turn here. Hey, Connor. If you're relentless, you move the turns around, though. So she ends up going 1A3. After Alva, she drops the speed buff before Demitha. What do you mean, Short? I'm not seeing that when I look at it. Hang on. I need to kill this first, so I don't lose totally. Ooh, nearly. Yeah, I think Snick Track Bolster could be interesting. The only thing you've got to keep in mind, though, Mark, Reflect doesn't work on shield. So if he's got a shield to start with, you're not going to get any reflect damage while that shield is up. It's the only thing you've got to remember. Sure. Do you want to screenshot me where you think it's going to fail from the turn order? I don't want to place Gravedigger again. It's awful. We're almost done. I only do 5 a day. Can't be asked any more than that. I'm fast enough here, so this is a win. I don't know why I'm running Lydia instead of Ceres. I must have done it for like a void. Am I still pretty high on White Dryad Nia? I am, but I just haven't had any opportunity beyond when my first test. I found it a bit fiddly to try and force her into my Hydra teams. I still think she could be quite good. I just haven't really figured out the best way to utilize her yet. Can we stop hitting the Brogni? Thank you. I actually need to kill you. I didn't manage to do. Can we stop killing the Brogni and hit? Thank you. Let's go. Come on, Cupidus. You can do it. Keep it going. There we go. And again. Boom. 24 hours, Renesh. I often buy about 2 or 3 the night before a clan versus clan starts and then basically do free wins. Isn't it crazy how I lost that before and I'm going to win it this time? Okay, 2 fears failed, 3 fears failed. Okay, no more passive on him. I'm just going to block revive you. Give you that Baron. It's nice, right? Yeah, but I actually need... The reason why I'm doing it isn't actually for the fact that I want to get Bizarre Gold Bars. I'm doing it because I want to get the keys for Faction Wars because I'm a bit short on speed glyphs, so I just want to see if we're going to get some. Fenax is a beast, though. Fenax might even be stronger as Harima comes out with Defiant. I think he's just going to get stronger. Right, what do we got? Anyone? Easy win. I want an easy win. You look an easy win. I need a cleanse in here. Let's do it. I burned all of my backlog of about 3 months doing the last time we built these out. Hey, Samuel. Oh, poor guys. They're getting destroyed. It's the only way I can keep a Cupidus alive, by the way. If I try to do anything else with Cupidus, he dies. It's the only way I can do it. Oh, I'm out of tune. Oh, I forgot to put the weapon back on Lysandra. I'm an idiot. Remind me I need to put the weapon back on Lysandra. I don't know who we pick on here. I think we pick on him. And we take him out. Oh, come on! Seriously, like... Oh, don't counterattack. Stop it. What is he in, like, Relentless or something? Jeez. Tickle him and he takes a turn. Right, kill him. Please kill him. Please kill him. Please kill the Rotus. Thank you. Oof. Fenax doing God's work. Yeah, whatever. Die. So if Shemnath gets procced, when does she each ability changes throughout the tune, right? If her abilities move around and she goes A3, A1 at any point, she completely drops off. But she won't. She's always going to go A1, A2, A3. Why would it ever change rotation, short? Because A1, A2, A3. She's a 3-turn cooldown on both of them. So I prioritize the A2. So it's always going to go A1, A2, A3, A1, A2, A3, right? Doesn't really matter. Because she's going to extend her own buffs on the A2, there's no situation where she runs out of speed buff. She's always got it up. Surely. Like, at here, she's got it on for 2 turns. She must have it on for 3 turns here. Where does Elva apply the speed buff? So Elva puts it on here. She extends it. So it goes for 3 turns. And then we'll get another extension here. So even if she extends, it's fine. She should always be doing that. Yeah, but she should have... With this tomb, she should always have increased speed up at all points in time. Because of the Demitha cover. Even if she's extra turning. So if she extra turns here, she's going straight into the A2, so she's going to extend it. If this was an A2 instead... See, look. I can move it around. It doesn't really matter. Like if I put a big delay on it, it will be. Obviously, we're not going to delay on it like that. Obviously, if it's on a 4-turn cooldown, it would be different. If we didn't prioritize it, it doesn't matter. We'll try it. We'll try it. There's no harm in trying. We'll see what happens. Right, we've done this. Can't pick up that for 4 hours. Oh, we got some energy. Let's go blast that quickly. Put the weapon. Thank you, Jeans. I will do that right after I've done this battle. I'm going to burn the energy. Maybe we'll get a really god tier banner. See you later, Michael. I have bread today as a snack. It's half a duck. Could be. No, Adrian, I think it doesn't work without Seeker. A lot of people forget Seeker brings increased attack to everyone. He's actually so important for all these teams because a lot of the time attack-based damage dealers are bigger, it's better, so I don't think you can. Yeah, I'm going to use the energy and then I'm going to put the weapon on. Tell you what I think will be very good, Daniel. Toxic sets. I think toxic sets for the new boss is going to be very good. Because the more... his damage scales on having less debuffs. So you want to have a full debuff bar when he wakes up so you don't take a lot of damage. So I think the key is going to be having lots of debuffs out, which is why I think stuff like toxic on ally attacks so you get the debuff bar up really quick. No, I haven't forgotten. I'm going to use all the energy, then I'm going to go put the weapon on. I'm just using my energy to try and get more silver and stuff. Yeah, I think Chigor will be good. I think Chigor's a good... I think he's going to be very good. Might actually have a place for him finally. I think the new knocked guy has been developed in like planning for this boss. No Sylvan watchers. You could use a day set, but how many people actually have a day set? I think Morrigan will be quite good for this because of heal reduction. I think another champion has been designed for that boss. It makes sense now, right? A heal reduction that can't be removed. What faction was? Just a boss. Cool. Yeah, it's why you should never really skip a fusion unless it's really bad, right? The only time I've ever skipped a fusion is because the epic was better than the legendary. And the epic was instantly good. Otherwise, I don't. No, I think they do, Dander. So I actually had a conversation with a former developer who contacted me on Discord and gave me a bit of an insight into how they operate. And they do playtest things. They do test things. They are mindful of it. When Hydra came out, they were basically saying we envisaged it to be that difficult. It did what they wanted it to do. The problem is nobody liked what they wanted it to do. It's a double-edged sword. And I think when they've built this, they would have built it knowing that the sleep options are not great. So the champion that is going to be coming out for the Christmas fusion will probably be something with sleep. They tend to do that. They're they're not as dumb as people think, and they're not as ignorant as people think. They are thinking ahead. You know, there's no surprise that all of a sudden we've got so many Acrisia times 10s. They know which champions are good. I think Morrigan might be interesting. I don't know, I don't know whether you want the turn meter on her, though. You might want to just run her without the turn meter. Could be interesting. Yeah, you don't want Acrisia for the new boss. Well, Lonothorol's actual ID pocket is super old. His ID is like early game old. I think he was designed when Scarabkin came out, but they just never released him for whatever reason. Do you need accuracy to place the heal reduction? Cool. I know it can't be blocked. I don't know if it can be resisted either. But if it can't be resisted, you don't need accuracy. Yeah, you can run Martial Ed. You get Leech and increased speed with Martial Ed. They were running in with Martial Ed. That makes sense. You can kind of get an idea what they want you to do by looking at the teams that they've been shown in that video. It's why I know Sify has been designed with it, because Sify's in the video. They know Sify's good for it. Yeah, sure. I wonder if we just need to make it so that she ticks at a rate here where she can support it. So Turvold, for example, was fine to run these first few steps, the first few ticks at like 17 tick rate without speed buff. So even if she loses speed buff at the start here, I wonder if it's okay. I'm going to test it. We'll only know, sure, if we actually run it and see if it fails, right? You could be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just, I think it was okay. If that makes sense. I think it might be okay. Just because I know that Turvold was close, apart from that one intersection. But that Turvold didn't work because he didn't extend his buff with his extra turn. But because she's got a 3-turn self-extender, I think it'll be okay. We might have to mess around with the speeds, right, to get it right. Watch him do block damage now, just to annoy me. No speed glyphs. Not anything there. What about over here? Ragash is a monster, isn't he? So strong. Come on. Gotta get back around to the skills. Yeah, Brago hits really hard, Jeans. Brago and Altan still hit really hard for defense-based damage dealers. I do not get any free stuff from Plarium. Oh, was it the turn meter drop words? Not the... I thought enemy max HP dropped your maximum HP. I could be wrong. I may have misunderstood it. It's entirely plausible. Oh, we got a 6-star speed glyph. Boom. It's turn meter. Oh, well, that's a bit annoying because once again, we've got another boss where you can't have Evil Eye. So what, does that make enemy max HP okay then? I'm sure it said something about enemy max HP did something. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose it's just Evil Eye, yeah, once. It's just a bit annoying, right? So if that's the case then, does he do anything negative to max HP damage dealers? Heals regain max HP when he... yeah. Have you noticed time 1 level 24, it's 5 minutes done by... I wouldn't pay too much attention to the times on the test server, Swiftcut. Like, I think they had Iron Twins at like 9 minutes, and we've got it down to 2 minutes less. Like, I wouldn't pay any attention to that. Got a 6-star speed glyph. We get a legendary book. Boom. Right, anyway, we're going to have to do something in light of the clan versus clan debacle. How many books does it need? 4, 8. That one, I'm not too much. I'm not that fussed about that one. That one's fine. We need this booked. Yes, RNG. Okay, keep it up. 2 more. What the hell? Boom. I feel like I'm like cashing in all my luck for the year, for like next year. Literally, I think I'm cashing it all in. I feel like the next 6 months are going to be devoid of any luck. I'm not going to book anything else. The damage is nice to have, but for the test in here, I'm going to wait until clan versus clan for that, because I'm trying not to use the books. To be fair, I did have to wait, like, the Reho book in. I had to wait all of them to get the final 3 cooldown. So, masteries-wise, when we're talking about who we want the target to go. We want it to go on Ruella. I don't really care if it goes on her. She's magic based, so... But we do want Giant Slayer, right? So I actually needed to farm a few more scrolls now that I've realized this. I'm going to go for that to be safe. So we kind of lose out methodical because I need to farm more scrolls. I didn't really think about that. I think that's the best attack banner, isn't it? But I still think I'm a bit shy of speed. I'm 1 speed short. Ugh. Brutal, that is. I need 1 speed from somewhere. But all of this would require me to glyph something more than I have, I think. It's basically a 6-star. I don't know whether that should have a 6-star glyph. That's even. I lose a lot of attack on that weapon. We already built this guy from last night, so I'm just trying to find a little bit more speed that I need to get him to fit, whilst not sacrificing too much damage output. Which is obviously quite difficult. Need crit rate on these. So that's not going to be that, and this piece I think is just too good. I think I'm going to have to use the glyph. No, I've already optimized it. I need 1 speed, basically. Don't +3 me. Don't do it to me. Okay, good. So we get a bit more speed. So 210. That's comfortable. Right then. So she's okay at 210 speed, 71%, 6.2k attack, 278. We probably just need to increase this attack banner. It's not the best in the world. We're not going to burn too much here, because I don't want to burn through so much of my silver. It's actually nice that it rolled attack there. Any more damage? It's okay. Pretty well glyphed out. So 6.287, 278%. maxed out. A2 is booked. We're going to lose 10% damage from the A1 because we haven't got methodical. We're also going to lose another 20% damage from the A1 and 20% damage from here. And this is going to be on cooldown a bit. So this isn't going to be the maximum test. So it'll be interesting to see. But let's build some people here now. So we know... Oops, that one. Did I just break my... Right, cool. So we know... We need to rebuild all of these, and we're going to put Elva in Toxic. So I think we probably need to do the order of probably these two first, then build out Elva, then build out Demitha. So we're going to do Ruella first. It's life refresh. It's very good for Relentless. I've got some really good Relentless gear, but I don't have many Relentless built champions, which means I can get a really good build. Because if we look at, like, my Relentless gear here... I do have, like, triple rolls, you know? If I look at, like, quad rolls... I've got that piece, which I need to equip on someone that we got the other night. But I've got lots of triple rolls. Some of them are a bit niche, like crit rate, no speed. Flat stat, crit rate, 5-star over there. Resistance with crit damage. Some are a bit niche. But yeah, so let's re-gear Ruella. We're going to take her out of Toxic. I think we haven't changed any of the... I don't think we've changed anything here. I don't think this attack banner can be used, which was the one I got earlier. Can't use that one. I'm sure I've got another attack banner. Oh, it was an accuracy banner, wasn't it? It wasn't attack. We re-rolled it. So I think this one has to stay. We need the accuracy anyway. It would give her a little bit more speed. But it wouldn't give her any more damage, so we might as well keep that on her. So we need her to be 243 just to be safe. Let's go. I understand that it's to Pope, but she does it 100% of the chance without requiring accuracy on the A1. Plus, it's the fact that you can bring her. If she doesn't sleep, she's going to heal your entire team. So you even, like, get rid of... Like, you basically have a healer for the enemy max HP problem, the primary buffs of increased defense and block debuffs, and a built-in sleep without requiring any accuracy. She's going to be broken for it. Cupidus, why are you not locked out? You have 3? Oh, well done, you're laughing. I should check lifts. That's good, we're not using any. You should only need one, though. It's the Pope, probably. We'll build that. I don't know who that's on. We'll find out. All the champions we built the other night, we're going to be destroying again. Typical, right? My account is going to need, like, trauma surgery after this. Perception. Attack. So I actually recommend a 5-star attack percentage chest, believe it or not. I do love a bit of pirate shanty music. Okay, so that's Ruella built. 245 speed. Don't know how she's got extra. I guess that was 245. I think that's okay. So we've got Ruella at 245. Maxed out. 6.2k attack. Do we not have an attack glyph on somewhere, was it? Am I missing an attack glyph somewhere? Oh, there. No, I was missing an attack somewhere. Hey, Yanis. Hydra's done. Return to chill. Well done, Wicked. It's done for another week. 6.3k attack, 269% crit damage, 254 accuracy, 245 speed. Perfect. Ruella is done. Do I need to change the masteries? Yes, I do. Because I want Ruella to be taking the stun. So we're going to take that away. I'm going to unlock that. Go down here. And do methodical. She's a triple hitter, so obviously we want Giant Slayer. Might as well take this, that. Now, these are less important, but that is very important. Morning. That's more important because we want to extend the debuffs. It's killing me there. Sorry, right. So that's cool. We want her to take the stun, right? Because she's always got block debuffs up, so we want Ruella to be the main stun target. So Ruella's done. Another one locked off. Let's get Seeker done next. And then we're going to do Elva and then Demitha last. We need to live refresh. So sets, we don't want any glyphs. We just want speed. We don't need accuracy. We can probably check if there is a better attack banner for him now. No, he's got the highest potential attack banner. We want this to be crit damage. Okay, sort by attack. I think he's going to have pretty good there. We could swap to that piece. I don't know why it's sorting weirdly. Should be sorting that first. It's got a higher attack. Oh, no, it hasn't. Ignore glyph. There we go. So we could go with that. It's a little bit more attack, but I don't think it matters. I think the extra crit rate is worth it. Extra counter-attack chance. And he's pretty much got the best when he can have. It's about the same. So we don't need to change accessories. That's cool. So all we need to do now is stats. He needs to be 187. Probably make it 188 to be safe if we were on the floor. The cat has made an entrance. Right, what are we going to get for Seeker then? Oh, look at this Seeker build. Wow. How much more we're going to... we're going to double his damage. I just want to take toxic sets out of it though. Because I would rather... I hate double turn. It's so dumb. That extra turn shouldn't count towards the consumption counter. I feel like I won that in actually, that toxic piece. I guess it's a build. It's not got much speed on it anyway, so we might as well keep that. It's actually telling us to change the amulet, but we won't. We'll ignore that. 5.3k attack, 330% crit damage. This Seeker is going to be, like, smacking some. It's going to be absolutely decimating things. Poor Boltsmith is about to lose all of his gear that he had for his video. His time in the limelight is done. Stalwart. Boltsmith. And then we need crit damage, attack percentage, speed, attack, and then we need crit rate, crit damage, Shazar's weapon. I have no idea what champions I have built on my account anymore. I've been moving gear around so much lately. We need speed, crit rate, crit damage, accuracy. And then speed, accuracy, crit damage, flat HP. And then we've got attack percentage. Crit rate, attack, crit damage, defend. There we go. Any glyphing to be done? No, 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 no. That's pretty good. It's good. It's good. Any glyphing on here? It's fine. It's fine. It's as good as it's going to be. 5.2k attack, 323% crit damage Seeker. It's a little bit nasty. Now I could regear Seeker here. I don't really need Steadfast, but don't worry about it. I'm gonna leave him in it, I think. So, that is Seeker done. Next up, we're going to do Elva now, I think. So, Elva, we need to get rid of these cool sets. So, the question with Elva is, do we try... Do we swap it to this this new banner that we had? Where was it? This 18 banner. Probably, right? It's got attack percentage on it. I think that's better. Crit damage wise, I don't think there's anything better right now in my account because I just have no accessories. I think this is still the best attack ring she's wearing right now. So, pretty much... sorted. Oh, sorry guys. Can you tell I'm a bit tired today? I was up way too late yesterday. Yeah, so I think having an extra this speed on this banner here, we're going to do an advanced thing. We're just going to glyph. I'm just going to glyph it in game. We're going to see what we're going to get. Okay, so we've got +2 on there. So we've got a +2 on there. We're going to swap the banner to that. We're going to leave the rest on her. So slots-wise, we don't need any of this. We don't need any of that. Cool. She needs to be probably 293 to be safe. Let's make it 294 to be totally safe. And we're going to put her in Toxic. Boom. Dark Hail or Bad Elf for Solo Ice Golem. Probably Bad Elf because I think Dark Hail is neutral affinity or weak affinity, whichever way you want to put it. So he can't, like, he's more at risk of getting killed. So we have a 295 at 216. That's pretty solid, I think. Kind of taken off Gintoro. Can we not take it off Gintoro? Is that a bit better? What's the difference in damage there? Very minuscule. That takes off Gintoro as well. Since we haven't taken any gear off Gintoro, can we keep Gintoro off? Right, that's better. 205. Wow, Gintoro really made a difference there with his gear. If we had had it. Must be on my second guy. I think we're going to go with this one here. One of these days, I'll be able to get some Sylvan Watcher artifacts and we can actually rebuild this. Hello, Midnight. Midnight Sheep. Welcome. Welcome along. We're building it now. We kind of left it till today because I had so much to do in terms of like re-gearing. I had to do mastery, so we figured I might as well leave it till today. We also need to build Skrunk for damage because we're going to be using Skrunk as an alternative to Shemnath when it's on Nightmare because I don't want to have to run different speeds, so I just want to run a different team. Attack, crit rate, speed, defense. Go. One of these days I will get a rare attack 6-star toxic set Toxic chest with double roll speed. That's the dream. One of these days. Speed. Crit rate. Pretty much along the board here. Toxic. Where's toxic sets? There. Boom. We're basically putting all of ARS's old gear back on it here. Boom. Why can't I find that piece? Oh, speed. Crit damage. Go. 292. Close enough. Why was I short there? Have I not got a glyph on something? 4, 6, 4, 4. Oh, I haven't swapped the banner. There's me thinking, why is my speed out? I haven't swapped the banner. Let's just throw that on there. Nice. Might as well give us some HP while we're at it as well. Come on, stop doing a 1% game. Thank you. Okay, cool. Kind of don't really want to glyph much here because the build is not perfect. Oh, look at us max rolling these flat stats. Crit rate, attack. That warrants a very good... Wow, I'm on a roll here. Like maxing the attack flat stats. Okay, cool. So we got like 2.9k. You could probably improve it with a bit more attack percentage rolls, like... Let's just throw a 4% one on here. Give a bit of more defense. That's pretty maxed out. So, we're nearly at 3,000 attack. I want to be at 3,000 attack. It's annoying me. How short are we of this? Oh, we're not at max level. Of course. What am I doing? We're not at max level. So we need to max them out. Cool. But she is at 296 speed, which is great for the tune. So only one left to do is our 325 speed Demitha. And then we can take it for a bit of a whirl. We'll see how it goes. Right, glyphs. Let's reset those. Just get 5% of these. Like that. Sets, nothing. We have the best things we can get on her pretty much. So that's cool. Attack percentage. So she needs to be like 325 to be safe. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we're going well. We're going pretty efficient. You have 40 plus of the 6-star. Why are you not using them to save silver? Because I don't use 6-star unless it's really, really good. I'm only using the 6-star if it's like really, really good pieces. Not average to best. I don't really want to take Skrunk's chess piece away from him. Wait, did I not relock my Seeker? I bet I didn't. Is he rocking that piece? Yeah, he is. I need to lock him again. Do you think Queen Eva can do Nightmare Campaign with good gear in a reasonable time? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Maybe if she's like really well built, but she would need to be really well built probably. I don't really want to take that off Skrunk because I think Skrunk's going to need that. That could work better. How much damage do we gain from that? Fair bit. We're a bit high on the crit rate. Which is fine, I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter. I feel like Skrunk is going to benefit more from that piece, so I want to try and keep hold of it off him. So I think we're going with this piece here. This build. Doesn't matter if she's a little bit more higher crit rate. So we need attack percentage with speed, crit damage. We probably would have more options if we had glyphs, but we don't have glyphs, so we're doing what we've got. I need speed, crit damage, equipped. Resilience, which is speed, crit damage. Eris, what am I doing? I'm blind. Blind as a bat. And then a deflection. And then finally a toxic helm. Which is... Oops. That one. 327 speed. Think that's fine. Yes, it is. 82% crit rate. 3.3k attack, 164% crit damage. Beautiful. Okay. We're there. We didn't get any more souls. I've been keeping an eye out, but... you know, nothing's coming through there. So... the question will be, what have we got? We got Magic Affinity. So, not so great for Ruella. But it's not the end of the world. $51. Why not? You're not so much of a problem. You can just stay at 20. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Okay. Let's do this. Let's just check the AI. We're going to trash this team. We need Elva in the lead. Where's Elva? We need Ruella. We need Demitha, we need Seeker, and then we need Shemnath. Okay, so AI-wise, we don't use that. That's first choice, but we open with that. Ruella, first choice is the A3, but we open with the A2. Demitha is prioritize that. Seeker is fine, he's standard. And then Shemnath, we have to prioritize this. Okay. Stats wise, we've got a 3.074 attack Elva, 193% crit damage. We have a 6.3k attack Ruella, 269% crit damage. 3.3k attack Demitha, 164% crit damage. 5.2k attack Seeker, 323% crit damage Seeker. Seeker's build is insane. And then we've got a 6.7k attack Shemnath with 278% crit damage. Unblessed, I would add. What do we reckon, guys? What are you thinking? Hey Nico, we're about to test it. There's a question mark as to whether Relentless is going to work. Short feels like it's not. I feel like it will. So we're about to find out who's the better clan boss speed tuner. It's probably going to be Short. It's not likely to be me. No, Demitha's based on attack, Zombieland. Post your predictions, guys. Post your predictions. What do you think? 147 million? I need to put this on my other chat here because I need to make sure it's going to go into the right speed tune. 135. 200 million. 67 million. Karem, where's your faith? $112, $172, $125. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go. I'm just making sure we all force A2 here. A2, A1, A3. Clan boss turn. And we get Alva's A2. Ruella's A3. Shemnath's A3. Demitha A1. Seeker A1. Alva A1. Ruella A1. Demitha A2. Shemnath A1. Yeah, Seeker A2, A1, Demitha A3. We haven't had any extra turns yet, so obviously that's the biggest telling point. Ruella goes first, then we get Shemnath. It's going to do A2. Alva A2, Demitha A1. Stun goes on there, it's perfect. Ruella, Seeker takes a turn. Ruella A3, A1. Right, we had our first extra turn there. So now we're about to find out whether this breaks tune or not. Seeker, Alva A1, Demitha A3, Shemnath A1. So Shemnath has speed buff still, that's good. Ruella is going to lose speed buff. So far it's okay, we'll get Alva A2. Demitha A1, Seeker A1. I think it's alright. I'm going to let it run now. Oh, we've got an extra turn. Right, here we go. So we lose speed buff here. So this is the point that potentially it could break. Ruella A3, Alva A1, Demitha A2, Seeker A1, Shemnath A3. Ah, there you go. It failed there. It's close. It might recover. Let's find out. A3 to Mither. So it failed there because the setup got an extra turn. At that point. I think. Yeah, hang on. I think the setup is the problem there. Because I think it's out of tune right now. May have put itself back into tune though. Or it may have sorted itself out. Actually may have sorted itself out. Because we're back in tune again. So I don't know, maybe it sorted itself out. A2, Jeans, A2. So she doesn't have speed buff anymore. Shemnath next? No. Ah, see, it did fall out there. So why is it not extending there? Is it just because the turn order was a bit off? We're just going to start it again. We're going to try it again. It could be we got awkward with the startup. It could just be the start was awkward more than anything else, because we took an extra turn in an awkward position at the start. It's really frustrating you have to re-pick this. And again, it's just a tiebreaker with Ruella at the bottom. As long as we're ticking enough, we could potentially do it. So we had an extra turn in the setup. Yeah, Demitha's using A2 as well. I think we're already out of tune because we got an extra turn at the wrong setup. Yeah, the game is showing. Right, so we're in tune, somewhat. Let's just see if it actually has recovered itself back into a tune. I don't think it has. Because it should be Shemnath going first. So I don't think it's in tune at all. Yeah. But that's because we've got extra turns at the start. Like, it could be that it's just not... Like, it can't extra turn at the start. Not ideal. We're also going to open with A1 rather than A2. Because I think it's a good idea to do that. Let's see what happens now. We just have to have really bad rolling at the start for the extension, but it's actually okay if it extra turns to the right place. Like, if she extra turns now, it's fine. Like, this is absolutely fine to extra turn here because we've got enough speed buff. Alva A1, Ruella A1, Demithra A2, Shemnath A1. We're going to go Alva A1, Seeker A2, Demithra A3, Ruella A1, Shemnath A3, or whatever it is. Okay, now it's going to be Seeker A1, Ruella A3, Alva A1, Shemnath A2, or whatever it does. Right, it doesn't really matter which ability. That's okay there because we extended the speed buff, so shouldn't lose it. So far we're still in tune because the extra turns have fallen in the right place. Okay, we're in speed tune now. So now it should be a case of, from this point onwards, we're in speed tune. Can it hold with extra turn? This is when the relentless test is true, because we've got rid of the setup. Can it get through this with that relentless for the rest of the run? We haven't quite got full debuff bar yet, so we're not fully stacked up on a passive. Looking good so far. We haven't had any extra turns yet. That's the first test, is when we get an extra turn. Yeah, but we haven't had the extra turn yet. That's what I'm waiting for. It's fine, doesn't matter if she weaks hit, because we're extending the buffs, debuffs permanently Midnight Sleep. That's why if you notice Toxic hasn't fallen off at all. We haven't lost any single debuffs because it's always been permanently extended. That's the nice thing with Shemnath actually, is she's always going to keep the debuffs up. I think we're at full debuff bar now, we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got one more to go. One more Toxic. Right, now we're at full debuff bar. So Shemnath has got 100% more crit damage now. What we want to see is an extra turn from Shemnath. Come on. She's not extra turned it yet. Extra turn. Here we go. Is this going to break now? We're about to find out. Shemnath, go here. I think we're okay. Oh, I broke. Damn. Can't do relentless. Ah. Short on skills. Strikes again. It could probably work with more speed adjustment to her. So what we would probably need to do is figure out how much additional speed she needs to cover off when she doesn't have the speed buff. I mean, we can make her stronger. That's the thing. We don't have to run Relentless. It would have been nice. We can run Refresh on her at least, but... I think this could work. I just think that Shemnath's speed needs to be increased probably to make sure that her tick rate can work without increased speed. I thought she'd always have increased speed on. Oh, wow. We're going to need to sort this out, aren't we? So that'd be something I have to check, I guess. I'm annoyed with that. I thought it could work. It doesn't actually matter, Jeans, because the damage is linear. So if the passive gives 100% more crit damage, then the best build is going to be 100% stronger. I mean, we can go God tier with her. I mean, we can take her really fast. Like, we can take her all the way up to 238 before it breaks the tune. So we could try her at 241. It's very difficult in the calculator to see if it would break because you almost like want to have an option to turn off the speed buff here to see if it fails. She'll basically tick at, let's have a look, 18 if she runs at 241 speed, right? So if we just check this a second. So where are the danger points here? So what we need to do is make sure that she's never in a position to fail here once we get into the speed tune at turn 5. Okay, so if we come into turn 5 with the tune intact, then what we need to make sure is if she's ticking at a rate of 18 without the buff, does it work? So if we had no buff here, right, so it's going to go, let me get Excel open on another tab. You think 277 short? Do you not think 244 could do it? Or do you think she needs to be 21 to beat the Ruella breakpoint down here? Because I suppose it's this gap. It's the same gap that Turvold had a problem with, right? It's the middle turn. If she doesn't have speed buff up on the middle turn, she has to tick like at 20 per turn. So, yeah, you're probably right. That's annoying. Oh well, plan B. Let's just build a really, really high damage Shemnath without the extra turns then, shall we? No, Swift, to make it work, what you need to basically guarantee is for every point in time where there's no speed buff, is she actually capable of meeting the same breakpoint? And what happens is if she runs at this A3 point here and doesn't have speed buff up, then by the point she gets to this position here, she gets overtaken by the Ruella breakpoint. Ruella's at like 146, 148 here. So in order for this to work, Shemnath needs to beat the Ruella, which if she's going at 18, she's basically doing 18 plus 18 plus 18 plus, so it's 18 plus 18 plus 18 plus 18 plus 30. It puts her at 120, and I think one more 18 as well. Puts her at 138, so she's 10 short. That's why it fails, because Ruella will take a turn here. I thought because of her extending of her own buffs, she would basically always have speed buff, which would have solved the problem, but apparently not, because I guess we're dependent on the Demitherae to extend. Yeah, it's the second and third turn, isn't it? Sure, that's the problem. The first and the second one isn't a problem because Elva Autumnborn reapplies her, right? So if she doesn't have speed buff here to here, she's okay because she doesn't need the extra speed. It's this second to the third turn that breaks it. I don't think there's any other way. The only way to solve it is if we basically rebuilt the tune a little bit so that Ruella was speeding differently. But then if you do that, you break the whole tune. I think we can do it though, Short. There's got to be I'm sure there's a way to do it. I think there's got to be a certain setup with certain speeds that we can probably get it to work. Because it's just this join in here. We need Shemnath basically below Ruella to make it work. So maybe we just have to like run a really fast Ruella. But it's still the same problem. Oh well. We're just going to build it without Relentless then, shall we? I think it'll still be pretty strong without Relentless, mind. You just lose a lot of value. Like, we can run it all the way down at 207 without Relentless. We can go this tanky as well. We can build it this hard. So we would actually add tons more damage. Well, we can add basically another 987 attack. So let's do that quickly. That's really frustrating, I'll be honest, guys. I was so excited about doing a Relentless team here. The one champion I think this works with, though, Short, can you double check? What happens if you swap Shemnath out for Elder Skarg and just boost his speed a little bit? In Relentless. Because he's got an A1 increased speed. I think Elder Skarg can do it. Where's the gloves? Here. Yep. So 7.2, 208. Bonkers. We go again. Yeah, so Arders, I think in this team, I think Elder Skarg in Relentless will be fine because he gives himself a 1 increase attack. So as long he's pretty much always going to put it back on himself. So I think he can do it. On the bright side, we don't have to stress now. We can just run it. So, based on the fact we haven't got Relentless, what's everyone's damage predictions now? You think do you still think 172 million? You think 70 million? No, a lot more than that. No, I don't think she's going to beat Turvold. I think the team will, though, Mark. Because the thing is, with the Turvold team, we can't run the aura, so everyone is a lot weaker. We added a lot of damage to Ruella and Seeker, so it might not be great for this affinity, but I think for like normal, maybe the team will do more. 126? I think it's going to be about 150 plus. Yes, I will, Pocket. I actually don't think I have enough information to do an accurate assessment yet, because we need to know, like, drop rates of the potions, what's the stat ranges we can get, how much different substats can we get, the different values of it. It's actually quite difficult to know. Like, do you get more on a glove than you do on a weapon? How much does it rate roll to? Does it change the way you build things? I don't have that information yet, but once I do, I will definitely do it. I will probably film a reaction tomorrow on the content. Yeah, Geek, exactly. There's never going to be a run here where I'm not got decreased defense and weaken on. And when the poisons get ticked up, obviously Ruella's Elva's going to be a bit slower getting these poisons on. Then we can see the full damage. Hang on a second. She should always have increased attack up. Why is she losing increased attack? Why is she losing increased attack? I need to delay it so I get increased attack up. I messed up. I messed up. I didn't mess up the run, but I messed up the damage potential. If I don't delay it by A2, I lose the increased attack, which is a really dumb move. Basically, that one setup, I lost 33% of my damage. Basically, I was sitting there, I was thinking, why am I not getting increased attack on her A2? It's because I need to delay the A2 so that I always have increased attack on her. That's like a massive loss of damage. Because effectively 33% of her attacks were running without increased attack on. Really bad play by me. So, attempt number 5,400,322. We want to open with the A1. because it should go. Yes. I suppose it doesn't matter where we put. Do we want the A2 on the first one, or... It doesn't really matter, I guess. I think we just open with A1 and do that. Yeah, I think Skargin Relentless will work because Elder Scar can do increase speed on his A1, which means that if he does take extra turns in a bad position, he's going to reapply his increased speed. And then you've got that 6-hitter on his A2, which is still the third hardest hitting ability in the game. I don't have one, so I can't test it. Right, so that should go A2 now, and we should be in tune. Right, good. See, it's little things like that which actually can make a massive difference to your team. Knowing that you've got your setup wrong there, you're losing increased attack, is actually massive because that's 33% of her attacks are not with 50% more damage. That's several million damage just by one little thing. How is the Seeker built? Attack and full crit rate. The Seeker is in a nutty build. So while that's running quickly, I can show you. Seeker here. 5.2k attack to a 323% crit damage. Obviously, he's getting 20 for blessings, so that's something to take into consideration. Pretty strong build. Right, we shouldn't have to restart now. We should be okay. The Myth Watchers. That's what I'm calling this team, because actually, you can have anyone in this DPS spot. There are better options, right? You can have Turvold in this spot. You can have Skrunk, Saito, Val. Gintoro probably can't because of his passive. I don't know about Ninja. Let's have a look on another screen while that's running. Does Ninja break the tune? Of course he does. So we probably need to open that. Can we get Ninja to work in it? Yep, we can. So if you want a Ninja, Ninja can work in this team. You have to change his speed slightly and put a delay on his A1. It probably breaks on Force Affinity because he's going to weak hit. But you could run a 3-1 Ninja at 222 speed on this. Now, he loses the increased attack, but it's fine. If you put his A1 in the middle, it's not so bad. It probably moves around a little bit. Yeah, you can, Jeans. So what I'm saying is the speed tune will work even without the buff extension. You just obviously, you know, you're going to lose out a little bit on damage, right? Right, let's just make sure everything is working fine here now. So getting, what, 140, 150k on his A3. Keep in mind his A3 is not booked, so that's 20% less damage. We're getting A1 damage there. And an A3, it's like 100,000 to 140,000 per hit. So far, he's got increased attack up on all of them. The debuffs are fully extended, so we're getting 100% more crit damage on our Shemnath. Off we go. It's all looking good. Now, obviously, this is a bad affinity for Ruella. Probably the best affinity to run this on is going to be Spirit. But we won't be able to run Shemnath in this speed on Spirit. We have to change the build if we wanted to do that. But I'm going to be running Skrunk on Spirit instead. Can I try it with your account? I've got Ninja as well. I don't like breaking my Ninja, to be honest. I don't think Ninja is needed here. I mean, it's still doing a lot though, Mark. I mean, it's basically what? So, Mark, keep in mind, A1 is not booked. A3 is not booked. There's no methodical on here. So the A1 is basically 30% less damage right now. The A3 is 20% less damage. We're also getting less A3s because we haven't booked the cooldown. So, you know, that's a big factor here. That's probably going to account for about 15 million damage, I think. Not booking the A1 and the A2 and not having methodical. The A1 and the A3. The one ability we have got booked and fully stacked out is doing this much damage. Basically like 350,000. Okay, it's not a Turvold Juggernaut. Not many champions are. But we're at... What are we at? 2 million per turn at the moment? It depends on how much the rest of it comes out. And I think as well, this is a bit awkward because Ruella's losing a bit of damage. Yeah, it probably is Nico. You got a spare, was it? Elva, Demetha, Seeker, Ninja Turbo. Yeah, it probably is. It's basically a bit like the Mythbuster. I mean, the A3 is basically doing about 140 to 160,000 per hit. Unbooked. So you can imagine that's what? Let's say it's a clean 300k. Well, with books, that would be 360,000. And the cooldown would make it possible to get like an extra 10 of those. So, you know, we're saying we're going to be hitting like about 5 to 6 million more there on that A3 alone. Strong though. I mean, we're beating 2 million per turn. We're still growing in damage per turn here. We're just over about 2 million damage per turn. I think the Turvold team was about 3 million damage per turn. It's a pretty cool like min-max build in the sense that we've only got one toxic set, but we've able to basically have permanent toxic up here. We've only got, you know, we've got a weak hit in Ruella, but we can permanently have decreased defense and weaken up. So we've kind of really min-maxed it quite nicely. We're about 2.3, 2.4 million per turn. So it's probably going to end up somewhere in the region of about 140 to 150 million. I think. But there's a lot of potential to be had here. I think having Phantom Touch on Shemnath makes a big difference. Having Brimstone on Elva will make a big difference. I think so, yeah. I agree. It's a big chunk of the damage being lost. I mean, the Shemnath damage is pretty good though, right? 300 and 350k give or take per ability. It's not a Turvold, but I don't think there is much. Like, I don't think anything can beat a 10 buff Turvold. Maybe a Gentoro A3. 5 hitter is the only thing that can beat a 10 buff Turvold, so. Well, if she's 6 out of 6, Shaq, it'd be fine, right? Because the moment the Toxic would fall off, she should reapply it. It just depends whether Toxic reapplies before Blessing, I guess. My 3-1 Gentoro at 287 speed or something like that, with Brimstone, would do around about 50 million on Clan Boss before. So this will be interesting to see. Right, whilst that's doing that, we need to do... you... Spirit. Wait, can you work on Spirit as well? Yes, you can. Not you. Shemnath. Actually, we can run Shemnath on Spirit. Just realized. So actually, the best affinity for this team is Spirit. Because that would be strong affinity for Shemnath, strong affinity for Ruella, strong affinity for... Not Ruella, strong affinity for Elva, strong affinity for Seeker, neutral for Ruella. Which would be the really strong then. Oh look, it's the main man himself. HG Senti. Long-time follower. You're fast becoming a bit of a meme master, you know that, right? Like a bit of a meme machine. I'm surprised we haven't seen one yet for you in terms of the old ascending artifacts. Some meme somewhere. We do need to build Skronk for Nightmare though. And Brawl. $296. 188. 246. 7. Stultus is good for this rotation. Why is he good for this rotation? You're working on one, but I can't use all my best rotation. Yeah, that's true. You got to hold it back, right? Those monthly 800 gems. Yeah. You're going to need them for the next 2 windows, aren't you? He's doing work on Dark Fate to keep waves down and adds decreased speed and... Oh, his A1. Yeah, I forgot about his A1. I forget he has a Timia. You're less annoyed now, are you? Okay, well, that's good. I don't mind it, I guess. Maybe... I guess if it's expensive, people won't just be able to farm it, so... The stats becoming less and less important, so it's not a big deal. I definitely think that's the case for speed. I'd be 100% like behind like people. When Empowerment first came out and we saw the speed difference, I was sitting there thinking this is going to be brutal. How are we going to cope with it? I'm less concerned now because of that. Do. Doesn't matter. Get stunned, right? Yeah. I'm just doing an optimization while we're running this team on Scranky Boy. The moment I saw the new system in our company chat, I was like, not another currency. Like, we've got so many of them, do we need another currency? Honestly, Senti, I think the biggest stat now is just damage. Just raw damage potential. I think is... like the biggest concern, like getting crit rate, crit damage and attack scaled as hard as you can, or crit rate, crit damage, defense, or HP or whatever. I just think it's so much easier to deal damage, even though they are like mitigating factors in terms of like stone skin and necret and all that other stuff. Actually building a really hard hitting nuka is becoming really easy. I can show you my Bommel team if you want, Woods. I don't know if you can build it, but I can show you it. We're about to hit 100 million. So it's... I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's not Turvold level, though, is it? So, that's the thing. This isn't, like, competing with the Turvold team that we did the other day, but I still think it's, like, really strong. And I think a big factor is the fact that we haven't got Shemnath booked, so he's losing substantial amounts of damage. Like, if we bring up our current team... What do we have Shemnath built in the end? What was he at? 7.22, 2 to 73. So it's doing about 68 million in our current estimate. If we had Phantom Touch at 6-star, we don't. So put that there, put that out. So it's doing about 52 million, but that assumes it's booked. Obviously, we're getting, you know, a fair amount of damage bonuses from the booking. We're getting 20%, right? So if we take 20% out here, and we take 20% out there, and we also take off Methodical because we haven't got that on, then that already gives us like 4 million more damage. But obviously we're doing a lot less A3s as well. So like if we count, we've got 48 A3s that we're doing every single rotation. Well, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be doing a third of that. So 16 of those A3s are going to be reduced. And one of those A3s is basically around about 289,000. So call it 300 for a round. So that's about 4.8 million we're losing. So booking alone here will probably get us back to another like 10 to 15 million, I think. Is Skrank a direct replacement for Ninja speed-wise? No. Ninja does it on an A1, so it's different. But Skrank can do it even slower. Hey Saf, does double block damage work for Bommel? I had Hellcath and now I put Roshkar. Do you believe it's worth it? I don't know. Probably not. If you're going to do that, you're going to want like a Crimson Helm instead. It's probably easier. Just a solo champ. Kyoku can do it. Kyoku's the best solo champ. I mean, you can just do full healing, yeah. That's another way to do it. 2 Vorgoths, an Eerie, and a damage dealer. Geo can do it as well. Pretty well. I actually run a full tank team. Yeah, it is a shame about Relentless. I think it can work, but maybe not in this exact speed setup. We might have to change it around a bit because he needs to have a good window where he doesn't need the speed buff. And Ruella clearly needs it. So either we run him at 277 speed, which then needs the speed to him to be adjusted, or something else. But I think it's not the end. I think we're getting closer to getting a Relentless. We're very close. I think, as I said, Elder Skarg, I'm pretty sure will work 100%. Because the A1 increased speeds. Any champion that can do an increased speed on an A1 is probably going to work. Because even if it's small increased speed, it's probably going to work. So Elder Skarg attacks when enemy places an increased speed buff on this champion if this attack is critical. So he's always going to crit. So he's always going to have increased speed. So I think he is the only one that could possibly do it. Unless there's some sort of low cooldown passive that I'm not thinking of. Which I don't think there is. So, whoever had 130 million wins. Not bad. But Ruella's damage got absolutely tanked on this. So, I think it's solid, though. I think it's a great team. No, it didn't beat the Turvol team. But keep in mind, I had to run quite extreme speeds for the Turvol team. So potentially the Turvol team has a greater ceiling as well, if we put Phantom Touch on Turvold, I guess. What we were hoping for, we could get the Relentless going. But again, I think we lost a fair bit of damage with Ruella here. 30 million from Seeker, yeah. Like, imagine how much damage he's going to do on Spirit, how much Shemnath is going to do on Spirit, how much Elva will do extra on Spirit. Probably an extra 3 million, extra 4 million, extra 5 million. He's not booked. 44.4 million unbooked for the A3 and the A1. And no methodical. So if we think every one of his A1s is going to be 10% weaker. Yeah. The good news is we could run it on here. But I kind of need to run it on Nightmare. But we can't run that specific variant on Nightmare. Because if we try to run this particular team on Nightmare, it will break. So we have to run a variant, which is Skrank on Nightmare Spirit. Why are we running Skrank instead? Because Skrank can give himself increased attack buff. And he scales. Yeah, but Jeans, you got to remember, Draco is doing poison damage. So we're doing 44 million with raw damage. I'm pretty sure I changed this. Live refresh. We need to lock out Shemnath. Cool. Well, a lot of that damage was Toxic Midnight Sheep, right? So basically we had Toxic pretty much for 45 turns at full stack. So 8 stacks at 45 turns permanently on. Right, this is where I want to actually kick Jintora out of my team. Lock priorities, priority 1, Jintoro. Anyone else who shouldn't be in here is getting the boot. Are you hogging anything of any particular value? Oh, you are. Right, okay, boom, boom, boom. Fenax stays, Husk stays. Infinite Squad JTC, thanks for becoming a minion. Welcome. Welcome to the little minion. I need to sort out some member goals and some member plans. That was on my list of things to do today, but I got distracted by all the new updates. So I will be getting to that. So next stream we'll probably have some more information. Is that Excel doc publicly available? No, because it needs a lot of manual input and it's connected to a lot of different data sources that are not public. So eventually I'll have a form of it in a public sphere, but not yet. No, you haven't. Well, you've missed the team. The team has run 131 million, 1 key with Shemnath. We couldn't do Relentless. Yeah, Hern Dog, you're losing that. Okay, we're going to build this. I will explain why Scranky Boy is needed for Nightmare now. It's actually just not Nightmare speed compatible, but we have to basically run faster speeds to make Nightmare work. But instead of running a faster speed, I'm running... actually, just before we do that... Who still has gear on my account? I don't even know who has gear anymore. I have no idea who's got gear. Do I have a Brogni in here? No, let's put a Brogni. Yeah, we do need more emotes. That's what I need to sort out. See you, Swiftcut. See you, artists, as well. Have a nice evening, you guys. Oh, I forgot there's still Torment. I thought Torment was gone. Why is Torment still here? Let's get rid of you. And let's bring in... I thought Torment was out of rotation. So annoying. Don't we, Kit? Well done. Yeah, exactly, Mark. You don't need to book it. But that A3 hits really hard. The A2 is basically, I think, the third hardest hitting ability in the game to a single target. Boo. Stole my ability. Yeah, book damage is big. I really shouldn't use my Elva in this team because I think Elva would actually be really solid to be using here, even at this squishy fast pace. Yes, it is, Mark. You're correct. Well, this is annoying. On the bright side, Weak hit everything. Ha. Crushing Rend or Cruelty. Cruelty. But I'd probably go Phantom Touch just because you can get really good activation on a low ascendancy. The good thing is we can remove all buffs. Look how good this is going to be. Boom. Shemnath to the rescue. Granted, he's just going to steal him back, but still. Oh, really? Can we not lose just because we got a head of Wrath up? Let's bring you up right now. That's actually one thing I didn't really think about there. Because she's going to revive a target, then place a veil. Not only is she reviving a target with increased defense and increased attack, she's also giving them the veil straight after. It's actually quite good. Yeah, whatever. Nobody cares about that. Just want to hit this target a few times. Can we get some damage out, please? Thank you. And one more. We're done. 7 million damage. See, it always gets a veil. So if you're using that in an arena setting, that basically means if you revive someone, they get a veil as well. Actually really good. Anyway, we did what we needed to do there. Yeah, exactly. Think of a Candy, right? We always say Candrathon works really well with Duchess. Well, she's going to give him the veil all the time. Anytime that Elva takes a turn, he gets another veil, as long as he is not 100% HP. If he's not, he needs to go in the leader position. Right, so while I was doing that, let's go quickly build out our Scranky boy. Yeah. Well, the only thing is you do lose from, like, the Duchess passive is really still strong, right? So you don't necessarily want to lose the Duchess passive. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't care. But it's certainly interesting that her Veil passive gives the Veil buff, right? When you revive someone. So if he does drop, you revive, he gets a Veil almost instantly. It's the same thing as a Duchess revive, for sure. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's interesting. You could add it would actually be a nice pairing. Duchess, Mithrala, Necret, Candrathon could be a nice pairing, actually. You get double revive, you get double veil, you get increased speed, you get a full cleanse, you get block debuffs. You get double block debuffs, I should say. Why can't I find that? That's a 5-star. It's recommending this piece of all things. Interesting. See, it's funny how it finds random pieces you would never think about. I don't need it. And then untouchable. Oh, wait. Damnations. I've just swapped all this and I realized I didn't put the right banner on. So now we have to do it all over again. He didn't put Chigor. Wow, that is a conspiracy. Ooh. I mean, I got a pretty tasty one already. Oh, by the way, guys, I totally 6-starred this piece. It's just... Come on. Thank you. Big boy. We'll do that. Right. We're going to do the Skronk build, and then we're going to run Nightmare, and then we're going to call it an early-ish kind of stream, for once. I'm going to enjoy rolling out my Marquis with the Depths of the Vault for the only AoE sleep available. I know, right? I did see she was on the list. But yeah, check this banner out, guys, that I've got on him. 23 speed. Brutal, right? Okay. That's good. Can you bottle up some of your luck? Yeah, I know, right? I should sell it. Percentage, crit rate, crit damage, attack, that piece of all things. Speed, crit rate, crit damage, accuracy. Poor Gintoro's losing all his gear here. Yep, 202, 274, 6.23k. 1.6 million. Oh, we didn't do it. Sell some banners. Wait, let's just burn some clan gold. There we go. Oh, I don't think it's a problem. But it's annoying. Chugor is just one of those champions that kind of is useless, but kind of is really good. It's hard to really put a marker on him. It's just because lots of bosses can't sleep and there's not a lot of value. Like, take someone like Fortis. Fortis is kind of like the same thing as Chigor. You know, very strong crowd control. The problem is because fear is not guaranteed just as much as sleep wakes things up, it's very difficult to get value out of him. It's not that much stronger, is it? Well, it is because his attack scales. It's fine. I think 207 is okay as well. Okay, cool. So, why are we using Chigor? Chigor is quite cool. Let's just check he's got everything he needs. Attack. Attack. 207. Awesome. Cool. So, the reason why Chigor is quite good is he's got this ninja-esque passive where anytime a boss takes HP burn, he increases his attack and crit damage by 5%. But he also gives himself increased attack if the boss is under HP burn. And he also has this a little bit of fill. So to deal with the spirit boss, we get a bit of turn meter fill, and we also get a self-buffing increased attack to cover that middle window. Backup weaken, even though we don't need it. He's actually a really good champion. I think he's he's top tier in my opinion. So for Nightmare, we have a slightly different speeds. Basically the same team. Which is going to be Alva. Wherever she's gone in this list. Alva. We're going to have Ruella. Demitha. Seeker. And then the final piece of the puzzle is Squonky Boy. So again, the setup here is going to be first choice, but open, never use your revive. Not that she's ever going to, but it's always good to just do that. Ruella, we need to prioritize this. Open with that. Demitha, first choice on that. Second choice. Seeker. So on Spirit Nightmare, he needs a 1-turn delay. So we need to open with that. And then with Skronk, we need to prioritize his first one here. And it doesn't really matter what he does then. Because he should always put it up at the right point. Yeah. I'll call this Ultra Nightmare. So basically the same concept. Same team setup. The difference is the reason why we can't run Shemnath is if we run this Shemnath team on Ultra Nightmare. On Nightmare, sorry. You see it just falls out of tune. The only way you can do that is if you run Shemnath faster to get it back into tune here, see? So you could run just a fast Shemnath, but obviously we like to run a really slow Shemnath if we can. The speeds are actually not too bad now, actually, now I've looked at it. It was a lot worse with another champion, but I think Shemnath extends buffs. So, for example, if Shemnath didn't extend the buffs, it probably wouldn't work. But if we boosted Shemnath up a few more speeds, it'd be fine. Oh no, look, see, it falls out. So to get it to work, you have to make Shemnath go really fast. It's like 240 speed. So instead of messing around, so they kind of get it into speed there. On Nightmare. Obviously it doesn't work on Ultra Nightmare, then it breaks. So to get around that problem of having different speeds, we can just run Skrunk. Skrunk gives himself a bit of turn meter back, and he's going to give himself the increased attack. We don't have to change the speed tune at all, other than sub out Skrunk for a 207. So we're just going to make sure again that we stay in rotation, which should do. Demither A3. Ruella A3. So again, we should fall into tune at turn 5. Now the nice thing, as I said, is he's got his passive, so, you know, once the clan boss is burnt a few times, he's going to be fully stacked, so he's going to hit really hard. It's 165k already there. So we'll get a speed debuff here, it's not a problem, because Elva will come in and cleanse this in a second. And then we get Demither A1. Ryder A3. It's all looking good so far. Yeah, I was calling Dark Kill earlier. People did pick up on it. It's been a bit of a thing. It was a long day. So we should be in rotation at the end here now. Actually, I think we fall into rotation at the end of turn 4 here. So we're in tune. Basically, we're good. Sorry, I should have changed the view there. Yeah, it was a lack of sleep. Okay. So we're in tune. Now let's see what Skrank can do. Obviously this is Nightmare, but what we have got now is Spirit Affinity. This is the best affinity for this team. It's better with Shemnath, but we can, if we had an extra key, we could run Shemnath on Brutal to test. Stick your tail in everyone's camera. Don't mind this. But I still think, like, we've done a lot of different theory crafting testing. But remember, guys, we have a champion going at 3-1 at 207 speed. There isn't actually that many speed tunes that you can get a 3-1 champion going this slow on Ultra Nightmare and Nightmare Clan Boss. It's very hard. It's bread, Midnight. We're eating bread tonight. Yeah, Smurf. She has to... Whenever I start like a call with the team, she's always there. By the side of me, she either wants treats or she wants to join the call. So again, I don't think this is going to be the Turvol team, but I think Skrank will... The Skrank's damage will surprise you guys. 400k there we just hit. And he's probably just about getting to his fully stacked up passive. 300k A3. I know we're on Nightmare. Contextualize that. It's going to hit harder. Obviously, without Shemnath, you can see the difference with not having Shemnath here is the toxics are not there. You know, that's the big difference without having Shemnath. You would need another toxic champion, right? Shemnath enables you to have one toxic. Yeah, mine doesn't like it if I shut the door. We're not allowed to do that. She's unhappy if that happens. Mine actually closes doors though, which is really frustrating. $300,000. So he's fully stacked up now in terms of his damage potential. Again, the good thing with Skronk, on his middle turn, he's going to A2 to reapply that increased attack buff that we would normally lose. Probably, Mark. Be interesting to see how much damage Elva actually does on this run. She'll do slightly more because it's Nightmare, right? And also she's strong affinity, so she will do more damage. However, there's barely any toxics being held up here. So, oh, we actually lost debuffs there. And we also have that risk as well. We lose debuffs. Somehow she didn't land weaken there. That's really, really difficult to somehow manage. The only good thing is we do have a backup weaken on Skronk. And Skronk can do it placement, so... I think you got auto-modded, Nick, for that one. I think it auto-blocked that. No biting. Don't look at me like that. No biting. Whoa, we fell out of tune. What happened there? How did we fall out of tune? Oh, I bet there's a ratio involved here. Bet there's a DPS ratio. Where's short on skills when you need him? Basically, someone resisted the speed buff. Who would have had a speed buff? Well, nobody should have got a speed debuff because... No one should have got a speed debuff because everyone has block debuffs up. Block debuffs, block debuffs. Demitha loses block debuffs. So did Demitha resist? Which means does Demitha... Well, no, because Demitha never ever catches up. At all. So it doesn't matter if Demitha gets a speed debuff because... She's never going to be in there. Yeah, but this should be giving him 2 meter. Unless he didn't crit. But he's got 74% crit rate. And he always has crit rate buff up. Crit rate buff. Crit rate buff. Crit. So he's always going to crit. The only one that can get the speed debuff is Demitha. I'm sure he's getting the speed debuff. Let me just check. What ability is that on? A3. So he fills 15% for each critical hit. So if he was just taking 1 tick, it would be 16. And he takes 36. So it's filling his bar by... Is that right? So he would normally get with speed buff... Well, he loses speed buff, so I need to know what he gets when he has speed buff. So 21, and then he gets 15. Yeah, so he's filling the 2 meter bar correctly here. Is anyone close? Oh, it's pretty close there with Ruella and thing. Let me just check the speeds again. So 245 for Ruella with perception, Laura Steele. So 1 perception. Demitha. Is in 1 speed. 327. Can you believe it? Demitha is in 1 speed set. Crazy. Seeker is 188 in no sets. And then we've got Elva 296 with 1 speed set. Or Steel. And then we've got Skronk 207 in 1 perception. I mean, it's holding tune. Oh look, there's a tiebreaker here. Ah, maybe that's where it broke. Look. It's a weird tiebreaker. So is she just 1 speed a bit too... I wonder if this is it. A bit of rounding issue. It's the only thing I can think it could be. So maybe we just give Ruella a little bit more speed. For whatever reason. Can we add 1 speed? No. 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 Can we add 1 speed to Ruella? No, we blimmin' can't. We lose 5 speed there. Okay. Can we just drop some damage up here? That'll give us 3 speed. That'll just break us even. We need more, so we're going to have to take that. I think it'd be okay. I think, was it 245? So add in 3 speed is 245, 246, 247, 248. Oh, we've got to be careful. What was Shamnath built like? 208. Okay, I think that's fine. I think we just swap it this. Less damage. But I guess it's 248. Right, let's try this again. It shouldn't have broken. But maybe there was just like a really tight window. Again, for Spirit we delay it there. 188, 327, 2469. How strange. Weird that it broke midway through. Right, let's try again. I don't know why it wasn't in tune. Clan boss speed tuning can be stressful, guys. Fade team is like, if you didn't get Morrigan, and you like Lysandra or Morrigan is a great start, then you basically build another couple of forms. Like Herndig is great. I think my team is Royal Guard, Herndig, Ninja, Lysandra, Cold Heart. I think it's something like that. It's basically Termia. Right, let's check. Nobody should get speed buff at all. Apart from Demitha. But that's fine, because Demitha can resist. He's boosting Timmy to his critting. Right, speed buff should go on Demitha. That's fine. Yeah, Elva should take a turn. Demitha goes A1, Skrank goes A2. Ruella does that. Yes, it's fine. So I'm not entirely sure. The counterattacks, you think? Well, the counterattack should make a difference because Skrank... If he counterattacks, he doesn't get turn meter. This is A1 that gives him turn meter. YST, he's back. YST, we're trying to figure out why my team randomly stopped working halfway through when it was in speed tune. Well, I'm trying to anyway. I can't really figure out why it suddenly broke. It's fine now. I have no idea. It's very confusing. Yeah, so normally YSD, when that happens, right, it's a ratio situation, right? So it basically means someone basically resisted the speed debuff, which meant it broke the tune because the speed, they were going too quickly. So the only one that can have that is Demitha. And unless this, maybe the Seeker. Well, they're going to outrun the Seeker defense buff, right? That's not going to get extended. Skrank doesn't do turn meter on A1. He does it on his A3. So it's not Skrank's turn meter boosting. And that's working perfectly fine. See, we're holding 2 now. The only thing we did have was with Ruella at 245, we were in this window. So I wonder if this was what caused it to break. Somehow. That it was a really, really close tiebreaker. Because every other turn meter here, it looks good. There's a gap between everyone. That's what you want. Like, there's Ruella and Elva there, tie-breaking. That's fine. That's fine. There's another tiebreaker there. So they were tie-breaking a little bit. The rest of the team is perfectly fine. The only one that gets a speed debuff is Demitha here. So if she doesn't have the debuff, then all you need to make sure is she's not going to either jump ahead. So as long as she's within like she's miles off, she's miles off, she's miles off. You know, Demitha with a speed buff is basically getting... That's a bad example. Demitha with a speed buff is getting 32. So she would get 32, 32, 32, 32. Demitha without a speed buff is getting 24. So it's a difference of 8. So 8, 16, 24, 36. See, she's miles away. She's got to be within 36 of that. Like, she's got to basically be within 60 odd for it to fail. So it's definitely not a ratio issue. I just think maybe I needed to give a little bit more speed boost to Ruella to basically get her into this window here. So this was a better tiebreaker. I'm wondering if they were just so close. That was the cause. Well, cool. Actually, we were on pretty good target here. The only issue there was it just randomly failed. Does the Demitha aura... Well, I've got it coded into the calculator, Dutchy. I've got it 20.45, right? Because we're getting 19% aura, so we're getting 7.5. So 19 times 1.075 is 20.425. Ah, it could have been the aura. But it was showing working in the calculator, so it must be the way that it's rounded. I think it was just it was too much of a tiebreaker between Ruella and Elva. So by basically giving Ruella a few more speed, hopefully it solved the problem now. I don't really know when it failed, Jeans. I think it was like 1016, was it? But it's back. It seems to be working fine now, so I think we're okay again. It's probably just very close numbers. So, but what I really want to look at as a comparison here is how much less damage is Elva doing and how much Skrank damage is doing. Now, obviously, Elva is going to be strong affinity here, so we need to account for a little bit extra bonus damage. Ruella's neutral, so Ruella should do a lot more damage here. Seeker's going to do more damage because he's stronger. And obviously, we're on Nightmare, so the defense is lower. War Masters are higher, all this kind of stuff. Can I try him on Ultra? I need Ultra Nightmare Spirit, I think. No, I can't. He doesn't work in this speed tune on Nightmare. I don't think. What would he have to be? Faster or slower? It should be fine for Ultra Nightmare. I can afford it on Ultra Nightmare. I got the space and the speed. Just trying to find what speed I need to run Skrank at on Ultra Nightmare to make it work. There we go. Yeah, I can run Skrank on Ultra Nightmare, actually. I just need to delay his abilities by 1 turn. So yeah, I can. We can test it. We could test it on Ultra Nightmare if you want. But probably not tonight because I don't have a key. And I'm not going to use gems for a key. Not that crazy. I'm not a Victor Tess here that just spends 12 hours all day running Infinity Clan Boss. Yeah, he's not going to beat Turvold, but it'd be interesting to see how much damage he can actually do. Would Skrank work on a budget unkillable? Well, he brings weaken, and he brings lots of damage. So if you can find a decreased defense from another champion, then yes. I think he works really well into Myth Fu. I think he's a great addition to Myth Fu. Yeah, keep in mind last clan boss run, Jeans, we were weak affinity on Ruella, and Ruella was regeared quite a lot into damage. She went from 272 speed down to 245 full damage without toxic. So I think Ruella is going to get a lot more damage on magic, on spirit affinity on Ultra Nightmare than she did on the magic one. I like Skrank. I think Skrank's really good. If we think, right, he's basically running at the moment 6.6k attack, 274 crit damage. He's basically on 6621 times 1.25. Skrank is basically running at 8.3 thousand attack. 340% crit damage. Right now. Pretty crazy. I think Jin Tora would tempt you Midnight. Jin Tora is a game changer for Clan Boss because he does do all the debuffs together and he gives you more flexibility. I used to run Jin Tora for a very long time. I was about to build out Fane for Clan Boss, but maybe Skrank would be better to run with his burn. Yeah, his burn would. But, well, no. I don't think it has to be his burn. Yeah, so you can run him without accuracy. And it would be fine, Comac. So it doesn't have to be his burn, it has to be a burn. His increased attack will go on if the target is under a burn. It doesn't have to be his burn. It's not like Ninja where it has to be his burn or he replaces the burn or anything else like that. You can run him alongside that. Run him without accuracy, so you don't need the weaken because obviously Geo is going to do it. You need a decreased defense though. So whatever you run with him, he needs a decreased defense. Yeah, I think if you're running Myth Fu Midnight and you had Skrank, I think your team would add easily 20 million damage over Fane for Myth Fu. You'd obviously have to bring Toxic into the mix, but you know. Oh yeah, the first 6 stars today. Is it a chest, Jeans, that we get? I think it's a chest, right? Oh, you don't? I'm just saying you can. Could if you wanted to. For me, see, this is where I find the most amount of enjoyment in the game, is finding new quirky ways. Like, I can spend hours on Clan Boss finding different weird ways to make a team. But we've got to remember, again, we are running a 207 speed 3-1 champion here. It's actually quite insane that we can get to a 3-1 speed with 207 speed on this champion. Most champions can't even get to 2-1 at like 240 speed. Flat HP, oh. I mean, don't forget to roll it, guys. You might be able to Chaos Aura it. And, you know, I didn't just Chaos Aura Relentless Piece into a quad roll speed. I actually need to re-gear a bunch of my Hydra teams and all my Arena teams. So after this kind of stream and the next video, we're probably going to take a bit of a rest on Clan Boss and go back a little bit to try and figure out what we're going to do for arena teams and stuff. But we can really see that in this version, Elva is not great as a toxic champion. Just not getting them up at all. You know, we're basically running with like maybe 1 or 2 toxic a turn. But the damage is nice. We're at turn 35 on Nightmare, 108 million. I hope Playroom will do something about time needed and energy needed with energy done. Yeah, I know. Like, it was pretty rough, I think, adding the new twins dungeon. Like, I feel like I'm stretched for energy a bit more now. So now that they've added, like, I never have time to do potion keeps. They want us to do more dungeons now. We need more. Well, whatever it was that caused it to break, it must have been that change of the speed. You know, Ruella must have been just a little bit too close to Alva because it's worked perfectly fine this time. You know, it's been pretty comfortable. What are we at? It's probably about 140 million. Not bad for Nightmare. Might even be 150 potentially. Got 10 turns to go. Counterattacks are really kicking off. Oof. And of course, we don't have like Phantom Touch on Skrank. We don't have... Brimstone would be very good here. Brimstone will be much stronger here than the Shemnath team. We can get more aura. Like, potentially when we get it fully stacked out, we can get effectively a 25% speed aura instead of a 19% speed aura. So there's growth potential in this team. I felt like my last team, I'd reached the pinnacle. Oh, you want me to? Yeah, I can check the we can check the Soul Forge, see what we get. Maybe there's an Alva waiting for us when this run finishes. $325. Oof. I'd probably need a bit more accuracy on Skrank to do like Hydra, but not much more. 200, no, you know, about another 100. I can probably get him even bigger built if I actually put like a decent glyph on his banner, like a +6. Wonder what we get if we do that. Actually, main stat Savage piece. It's not always terrible, remember, if you get like a bad main stat with a Savage piece, because a good high crit damage for a Seer is not terrible. Like, accuracy main stat chest with a Seer is not bad at all. But I need to farm speed glyphs again. Yes. Bit rough. I've run out. Resist main. Wow. Should we see how much luck I've got with that piece? Do we even want to look? Do we even want to go there? Right, we're coming to the end. We have hit 150 million on Nightmare. Pretty good going. We've still got a few more turns yet, which is probably going to be a couple of mil. Like, what is good about this team versus, say, a normal Myth Era, Myth Fu? You have that flexibility in the Skrank spot, right? Ruella and Elva and Seeker. The Ruella Elva Seeker to Myth the team is basically giving you everything you need. Ruella gives you decreased defense, weaken, you get increased crit rate, you get increased speed, block debuffs. Seeker is giving increased attack. You have everything in the team. All you need is a DPS. You can use whatever DPS you want. I think it is superior to the Myth Fu. Because the speeds are not that crazy when we compare it to a Myth Fu. 327 speed to Mytha is not that bad. 296 Alpha is not that bad. Then the rest are pretty low speeds. 56 million on Skrank. 56 million. There's the Ruella damage, by the way, that I was talking about. Ruella's come and smash Seeker. Keep in mind, Seeker is strong affinity. Ruella has come in and absolutely decimated Seeker this time. Absolutely crazy. Oh, you got Arix. Oh, there you go. So, Mark, comparing Alva there, she did 23 million on Nightmare. She's done 16.9 million here. So, and this one was Nightmare, strong affinity, and no toxics. So yeah, she actually is putting out a fair bit of on-hit damage. Not max level yet. So she's probably somewhere in the region of a 12 to an 18 million damage dealer. Somewhere in that window. You know, more than Demitha. Obviously, she attacks another time. Skrank, the thing is, Casey, I'm building Skrank here as very glass cannon, right? But you can build him a bit tankier so that he can go into Hydra. And then you've got an AoE HP burn with the self buff and increased attack. And he's also got a weaken and he also heals himself. He also gains a lot of passive damage like Ninja. So you actually have a really good self-sufficient champion. How does that compare to other people? Well, I destroyed everyone else. You know, that's the typical Jin Toro team there. That's like an old Myth Fu style thing. I don't know if there's any other Myth Fus here. There's a ninja team. Some of these people might have ended it early. Bat Eaters. You know, my team did well here with Shemnath. Go away. Oh, I got 300 energy to burn tonight. I'm not quite there with the Arix. I've got a bit to go. Ronda Chase. What are we going to get then? Oh, look. We finished the daily gem pack. We'll be able to pick that up tomorrow. She's too more. Is she really out damaging your Lydia? In your Mythbuster team, is it? It's quite surprising, that. Oh yay, we got more weekly challenges, so I can get 200 Magisteel. Nope. Come on, guys. Pray. Elva. No. Why do I want these champions? Ironically, there's an Ares in the shop that I would have bought had I was still using Ares. It's actually pretty good because it does guarantee, but I'm not going to do it now because she's kind of outscaled. I'm never using her in Clan Boss again. But if I did build her for Clan Boss, that would have been a huge upgrade because that takes her from 70% to 100% chance to do Phantom Touch. No Elva. There's a Ragash one, which is tempting, but I'm going to save them. She's in your shop. Well, how about we trades, right? I'll give you a Ragash, you give me an Elva. Don't hate me, guys. Don't hate me. Please. Right, let me TLDR. I have not bribed anyone in Plarium. I've not done anything. I don't know. Free stuff. I actually think that could be the best chest on my account. Everyone's like, flat stats, and I'm like, yeah. It's actually my best Savage chest on my account. It's actually my only speed plus crit damage plus attack. I wonder what that does to my Seer. Is she built properly? Configure battle champion. Boom boom. Yeah, stats. Why are we doing balanced? Damage mode. A3 Karma Burn. Do we have sets? So it's either going to be a lethal set or it's going to be a cruel set. She's in lethal at the moment. I'm just curious, does it keep the same set or does it now give me a savage set? Doesn't even give me that, it gives me resist. No, it looks like it tells me to keep the same piece. Although I can go like 28 fast, I can go 10 speed faster with the same crit damage but less attack. It's funny that it's just asking me to change the amulet basically. Where am I getting 10 speed from? Have I got glyphs or something? Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's not changing it. So you're alright, guys. I didn't make my Seer stronger. We're still on the 318 Seer. But it probably makes my Baron stronger, maybe. I don't think it makes it. It might actually replace. I mean, that's in cruel though. Interesting. Interesting. I could definitely look at rebuilding one of my other nukers, like my Constantine. He's in a cruel piece at the moment. But yeah, that is my best savage chest on my account now. Be bonkers if it rolled crit rate, right? At 16. I haven't got the silver to do it, but it would be crazy if it did. If it rolls crit rate on like 16, I just need to go to a jail somewhere and never come back, because that's just... Yes, I know. I have no silver. You don't need to tell me these things. Right, let's just blast one Iron Twins, because if we blast one Iron Twins, we'll be able to get enough coin, hopefully, to pull one soul, and we'll get our Elva from the soul, right? Yeah, Smurf, this is my content creator perks. Luck. It might do, Ranesh. It might do. If it changes, then it probably becomes the best savage piece I have on my account, nearly. Yeah, of course it is. Everyone knows this. I really want to try YST strategy for this. Basically have like 5 out of 5 Brimstone and just see if we can just Brimstone the crap out of the Iron Twin boss instead of running Geo. Oh, we can be greedy, Dander. I want crit rate on a 16 roll, and I also want some Sylvan Watcher artifacts, and I would like an Elva soul. I'll take a Shemnath soul. Well, I haven't had a 6-star legendary yet, Mark. I've had a 6-star rare, and I've had a 6-star epic, but I haven't had a 6-star legendary. I've had a 5-star. A couple of 4-stars. It was his idea. He was on the podcast with us, Dander. I don't know when he built it, but he built it a while ago, I think. And he basically had the idea of just run tons and tons of Brimstone because it can't be stripped. And instead of relying on Geo to do the damage, you just let Brimstone do it and just keep yourself alive. I think it's a great idea. But I need enough champions that can do it in the right setup. Like, obviously, having Elva with it would be great, right? Is that enough? I think it is. I don't think I need much. Weekly mission. Easy. Oh, I need one more. Like, I could do it a tanky kind of... So we've got Ninja, Jintoro. I could swap, like, Lightning Cage from Kyoku if I wanted to. I could run Martyr as well. So I've got enough sold champions I could do it with. I could put in Killian for thing. I could put in Yoshi. We could do Bellinor. So could do it. Yeah, basically just super tanks, lots of Brimstone. Yeah, but Daniel, he can't remove the Brimstone, can he? So it doesn't really matter. All you care about is him taking turns with Brimstone on. So as long as you have enough champions that can continuously reapply the Brimstone, should be okay. Do need to live. You do need to live. That's the idea. You'd need, like, the right legendary champions. So, Elva, Duchess, like Mithrala, those champions. Those would be the ones you'd want it on. It's not a terrible idea to have Brimstone on Mithrala, to be honest, because she benefits from the accuracy. You sent me the equivalent of your savage chest. Nice. It's hard to resist that. I actually have a resistance chest like that. I figured at some point I might need it, so I kept it. Oh, well, this run's going a bit sketchy. As long as he doesn't fall into his passive, we're okay. Oh. I think we're good. Oh, we're not. You died. It's fine. We're all good. I'd keep it, Nick. You never know when you need it. Or reforge it. One of the two. Check the wish list. Shemnath, Elva, Cupidus, Ruella. All the champions in the world that we want. Elva Autumnborn. Elva Autumnborn. Oh. It's not an Elva Autumnborn. Oh well. Could have been. What could have been? What could have been indeed? Right, guys. Oh, I'm going to get to bed. It was a pleasure as always. I think we have found the next Mythfu. I think the Myth Watchers is the next evolution of Clan Boss. I'm very happy with it. I think it's a lot of flexibility in it. You can run different champions. It has more options than the Mythfu. Yes, the speeds are probably a little bit higher. But 325 on a Demither is not the end of the world. I've seen lower speeds. I think it's good. So I will probably be doing a video tomorrow on most likely my feedback on the new systems and what I think about it. Or it could be this Clan Boss team. Otherwise, this Clan Boss team will probably go out on Saturday. And then I'll be back Monday for a stream. If I'm still alive. Yeah, cool. I think Never in our team is going to be doing a run at it as well. But he's waiting for Clan versus Clan because he needs to book Elva. So he's going to give it a go as well. I think Elder Skargin Relentless could work really well. I think it could do some insane numbers. Because you can, like that A2 is very, very hard hitting. The A2 is up there with Jintoro and ninja damage. Might as well burn some energy while I'm closing this out. Oh, right then. One more run. And no, I'm not pulling shards tomorrow at all. I'm done with shard pulling. Oh, I broke my Royal Guard, didn't I? I need to fix the Royal Guard. I broke Royal Guard. You didn't tell me to remember to put Royal Guard's thing back on. Might actually lose now because of this. Maybe okay. Evil Eye's doing some work. Whew. I thought I took it off the main one, but I didn't. I took it off the secondary one. Where is he? He took someone's boots. I can't remember whose boots he took. So it's probably a speed boots he took. So I'm going to assume it was speed with how much crit rate? A lot of crit rate. It's probably Elva that stole it. So we need like a lot of crit rate. 12. Yeah, I'll do. Why is he not 100%? What have I messed up here? How much do we need? 6%. This is not how you should do builds. I don't think I have a better one. Yeah, he's already got a lot of crit rate there. I don't think anything beats that. Yeah, but I think I use this guy in Dragon, in Dark Fae, which is Void. I don't use him in Fire Knight. I think I use him in Fae, which is why I'm trying to find a bit more crit rate to get him up there. Oh, I might do it. 7%. Boom. 101%. Nice. Oh, for those who were asking as well, that's my Bommel team. But they're well built. So we got 427 resist Whirlim. 455 resist Martyr. 431 resist Vizier. 449 resist Vrask. And a 514 resist Cantra. And they're all around about 220 to 250 speed. So the idea with this team is you go in, you A2 with Whirlim's decrease accuracy, you extend it with Vizier's A1, and then Cantra will put extra debuffs out. You abuse the passive from Cantra to reduce his accuracy even further, and then Vrask and Martyr will heal and do counterattack, and you just kill it with War Master procs. Vizier will A1 and extend the buffs permanently, so you never get any bombs. Eventually he loses increased attack, and then you freeze the Dread bombs with Whirlim's A1. That's how I built. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the best team anymore, but that was my OG team that I built. I built all of these champions specifically for this, and it works quite well. So right, let me just make sure that my spider team is not dead now, and then we can call it night. Yeah, someone asked me about it earlier, cool. You just need to ascend your gloves. Yeah, good point. There we go, back to a good farm. Be nice if I can get a decent attack banner for Ruella. Yeah, maybe I'll do a video this rotation dander on it. We haven't had it for a while. So maybe it's a good time to do a bit of a refresher. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a good time to do a bit of a refresher on all the different Bommel strategies. I've got a Kyoku, so I can build the sort of solo team for Kyoku. So I'll build that, and I'll do that, and I'll do a bit of a Bommel video. I always like getting good content ideas. Boom. Right, guys. Anyway, I'm going to call it night. I will be releasing some videos. I'll be back Monday on a stream. I'm around Discord. Let's see what other news they drop on us. If you're pulling shards tomorrow, what are you doing? But I'll catch you in the next stream, guys. Thanks for hanging out. That wasn't a Silver Watches ring. Damn it.